All right, good morning again. I will switch over to Budget Committee. So I'd like to welcome everyone to the November 20th, 2025 Budget Committee meeting. Quick reminder, please again, make sure your phones are on silent if you're using Microsoft Teams. Do we need to join that Teams call on our screen? To keep yourself muted, if your staff use the Teams hand raise feature icon. With that, I call the November 20th, 2025 Norfolk County Budget Committee meeting to order, and note that all members of council are present today, although not at the table at this exact moment. Are there any changes to our agenda? Great. Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please, to approve the agenda. Councillor Michele, Councillor Columbus, all in favor? Carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none, we have no deputations, so we'll move right into our presentation from staff. It's the draft 2026 to 2035 levy capital plan. And we'll hold all of our questions and comments to the end of the presentation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jared.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, good morning, Council. I hope everyone's ready and raring to go for an exciting day of capital plan deliberations. I have the privilege of kicking off our presentation today, which is going to get into a year in review, take a look at our upcoming year, provide an update on our 10-year forecast as we do that annually, and then cover some strategies we're using to make Norfolk an affordable place to live, work, and play. Presentation will be followed by a question period, which as a bunch of finance lovers, I know you'll make super easy on us. And then the mayor, as chair of budget committee, will lead you through the rest of the document. So as I mentioned, I think it's important to start with a year in review because the county's been up to a lot over the last year, specifically a lot of capital work. Staff have started work on the $59 million worth of investments council approved in the 2025 capital budget, like $3.9 million into the reconstruction of West Street, $2 million into the ice pad and boards at the Port Dover Arena, $1.8 million in the rehabilitation of Port Royal Bridge, and $1.3 million for a fire truck at the Langdon Station. Over the last two capital status reports, 178 projects have also come to completion, and that happened net $8.8 million under budget, showing Norfolk's dedication to getting things done efficiently. Closing projects under budget also frees up funds to spend elsewhere. Since last year's 10-year capital plan approval, finding efficiencies like these, generating an operating surplus, consistently reevaluating funding sources, and having strong investment earnings has led to Norfolk wiping $37 million of approved debt off of its books. This includes over $3 million being disclosed for the first time in this report today. This $3 million was an exciting win for the county's drainage program, as it's brought the number of drains requiring debt from 22 this time last year to only 1 remaining today. To keep things affordable, council and staff across the corporation have also collaborated to secure grants, like $2.4 million for the reconstruction of highly driven connecting links, $1.6 million to build new roads supporting subdivisions in Delhi, $0.6 million for repaving and drainage upgrades at municipal parking lots, and $0.1 million each for critical firefighting equipment, conducting a feasibility study on shoreline protection initiatives, and adding EV charging stations to public-facing county facilities. Earlier this year, Council also endorsed a long-term financial strategy supported by the Asset Management Plan, which served as a leap in maturity for Norfolk's capital planning processes and overall sustainability as a financial entity. This 2.5% annual commitment serves as a clear and consistent path to be carried out over the next 10 years to eliminate Norfolk's infrastructure funding shortfall. Being able to rely on these funds being available for the needs of all existing assets in perpetuity, we hope gives all stakeholders as much confidence in Norfolk's financial future as it does staff. On top of all this great progress highlighted in the content in the document, we also made progress with the document itself. In the vein of continuous improvement, your finance team is always making tweaks, and this year the addition of a message from the mayor follows prevailing best practice. Executive summaries highlighting unique capital outlooks for each division have brought a renewed outlook to our section dividers. And life cycle costing estimates added to each business case give council more information on which to make decisions when adopting service improvement projects for 2026. More pages are also brought to you in landscape format to minimize the rotating of your binders, and a new backgrounder on determining DC eligibility and how we come to such a small proportion of our funding mix using DCs is included on page 151. In an effort to stay on time here, I won't get into the minutiae of that, but perhaps that might be something someone is curious about asking in question period later. Wrapping up our year in review, we also completed one of the strongest budget campaigns in recent history. And as I move into covering what's in Norfolk's future, I hope residents can identify how their feedback aligns with some of the projects we have planned. With ideas from the Share Your Thoughts online survey and Share Your Ideas board at the Friendship Festival, matching investments for ball diamond upgrades in Walsingham scheduled in 2026, splash pad repairs in Simcoe and Delhi both in 26, court renewal in Langdon scheduled in 27, reconstruction of Market in St. Andrew in 27, and repairs to Ireland Road in 2030, to just name a few examples. Next slide. As we dive into the plan for 2026, I think it's important to disclose in this new era of special powers assigned to the head of council that the mayor has chosen to maintain this document as staff proposed. While tabling the budget in accordance with her duties, the mayor did not amend any project recommendations, which the three of us at this back table can certainly validate as the people responsible for entering all 1,600 projects into Norfolk County's budget system. So with that disclosure, what is the plan for 2026? The draft levy capital budget tables $69.7 million in infrastructure investments for budget committee's deliberation. These are projects that replace core infrastructure, support home building, and are geographically spread across the county. While 90% of the projects are for renewal of existing assets supported by a data-driven life cycle approach, the budget is not without some exciting highlights as well. In 2026, you'll find investments in new life-saving paramedic equipment and work beginning on a new playground in Waterford, a road extension in Delhi, and the first potential roundabout in the county. These service improvement projects, ones that introduce new assets or increase service levels, have faced the most review by our senior leadership team and are further supported by written business cases in the back of the document.
Sorry, just a quick moment. We're having trouble with audio on Teams. We're good online, but the Teams audio. Oh, working now. Perfect. Sorry, Jared. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. I was just saying that the service improvement projects for 2026 have faced the most scrutiny by our senior leadership team and are supported by written business cases in the back of the document to provide additional transparency to council and the public. On this slide, you can also see a breakdown of spending by division. Our busiest division for capital delivery, Public Works, is recommending 91 projects, including investments of over $40 million into hard infrastructure like the county's roads, bridges, stormwater ponds, transfer stations, and shorelines. Other capitally intensive divisions, like Community and Development Services, include over $20 million of infrastructure investments across the county's parks, community centers, marinas, fleet of vehicles, and growth plans. Taking a look at the whole decade, the 10-year levy capital plan eclipses $750 million in investment, which is a remarkable place for the county to be. Combined with the water wastewater forecast adopted in October, that's an outlook of nearly $1.2 billion over the next 10 years. With 1,000 employees and $200 million in operating expenditures on top of that each year, there's no denying how massive of an operation Norfolk County is, or how large of a role local government has come to play nowadays as an economic engine of its wider community. Back to the matter at hand, though, after that reflection, 2026 through 2035's outlook is approximately $66 million greater than when we undertook this annual exercise last year. This is primarily a product of further integrating the asset management plan in capital planning processes. I talked about an enhanced data-driven approach earlier, and when we brought the asset management plan in June, we said a lot more projects would have to be identified in order to deliver the proposed levels of service, and that's exactly what's happened. More than 100 new renewal projects were identified based on their life cycles, primarily in the areas of roads, bridges, right-of-way assets, and our vehicles. Other drivers include the removal of the construction of a centralized admin building following the acquisition of GAB, which was a reduction, a reevaluation of the average amount of drainage petitions we receive on an annual basis and how much the county's assessment of those petitions are, and then additional conservatism for an enterprise resource management system overhaul. Next slide. So how are we paying for all this work? In 2026, $67 of the $69 million worth of projects will be funded through reserves. Highlights here I'm sure council will be pleased about is for the second year in a row, no new project being recommended in the one-year capital budget needs to be funded by debt. This comes after the rate budget adopted in October, which followed the same pattern. Over the full 10-year forecast, 85% of the projects are funded through reserves, 10% by debt, and 5% from other sources like development charges, external financing, or grants. On the debt front, this equates to $76 million over the 10 years, with around half being eligible for DC repayment. This is a reduction of $54 million from what was included in last year's 10-year forecast. Another anecdote on debt, as I was preparing this presentation, I looked back at 2022, which was my first year with the county. At that time, over 20% of that levy capital forecast was budgeted to be funded through debt, and that was on an outlook of only $450 million in spending. Today, despite our spending forecast having increased nearly $300 million, we've cut the proportion in debt in half to only 10%. Overall, what I'm getting at is these gains are just a few examples of how endorsing a long-term financial strategy to close the infrastructure funding shortfall over the next decade is going to benefit the county, which will be the focus of the next few slides. So on the topic of the strategy, council will remember endorsing a 2.5% increase to the net levy requirement for 2026 to address the infrastructure funding shortfall. This was later accepted through budget guidance and represents a more modest increase than the 4+% we've experienced over each of the last 3 years. This deceleration we can now comfortably recommend due to the more intensive, longer-term life cycle analysis made possible by the completion of the asset management plan. Upholding this strategy in the long term will be paramount for ensuring the infrastructure funding shortfall is in fact closed on schedule. For transparency, the rest of this slide just affirms that budget guidance is being upheld. The draft 2026 levy operating budget will include an increase of exactly 2.5% for infrastructure funding and not $1 more. This is divided into $5.3 million for levy capital reserve contributions and negative $1.9 million for debt servicing costs. We're going to break down the impacts of these components on the next couple slides. Starting with reserve contributions. Obviously, these have been a massive focus of this term of council, and you're all very familiar with them and their importance. So let's just cover their sufficiency on this slide. What you're seeing in front of you is a graph we laid out with the asset management plan in June. On the left side is 2025, that's where we're at. On the right side is 2035, where we will be in a decade. The blue represents how much we're putting away, and the red represents how much more we need to put away in order to close that infrastructure funding shortfall. Now, factors like inflation are going to make it more and more expensive over the years to continue delivering the same levels of service, and that's why the bars overall get higher throughout the period. But by putting more and more into reserve contributions, the blue portion of the bar grows and the red disappears, and by 2035, we'll have phased into the exact amount we need to deliver our levels of service. What you're looking at on your screens right now is what was provided in June. If you'll take a look at them, I'll overlay an updated graph now based on the work that's been done after the asset management plan. As you can see, there's not much difference there, which is actually an excellent thing. It means that all the work that's happened since June to add like those 100 projects we discussed earlier was exactly in line with expectations. The county's on track to close the funding shortfall exactly as expected, which is a testament to the clear and consistent path this staff and council are trying to send the county in. With each passing year of the strategy, it will be important to continue checking in on whether that 2.5% is keeping us on track or we're moving slightly ahead and definitely not falling behind. For 2026, if I was to convert this into numbers, we're going to be contributing around $37.9 million to levy capital reserves compared to the $72 million target is 52%. This 52% is another KPI that we can monitor year to year. As noted in the report and now on the screen in front of you, just a few years ago, had we known what our long-term target was, we would have realized we were only contributing around 26% of where we needed to be. And as of today, we've now doubled that. This KPI is also important to continue monitoring because not only can we go backwards, but we can go forwards with it as well. And for an example of why that's important, at this meeting last year, one of the things we were asked is how much more would another $1 million get us, or how much closer would another percentage on the levy get us to closing the infrastructure funding shortfall. This year, answers to questions like those are very straightforward because Council has endorsed their next 10 years. Right now, we're planning on moving from 52 to 56%, and then 61, and then 64, and so on until reaching 100%, signifying the closure of that infrastructure funding shortfall. So let's move into the other main component of infrastructure funding, which is debt. Earlier, we covered how many projects are anticipated to require debt financing, but how about what we already owe? Let's start there to tell the story of Norfolk County's taxpayer debt. So at the start of the year, Norfolk had $41 million of taxpayer debt outstanding. We didn't issue any more throughout the year, and we're not going to make an issuance by December 31st, which is a good news story. We also repaid $4 million, another good news story. That leaves us with $37.9 million to end the year, which is also known as the amount we're going to start 2026 with. And as you can see, we'll be adding more information to the slide as I walk through the story. So now in 2026, as I mentioned earlier, we're not recommending any new projects to be debt financed. However, we still have around $17.7 million approved on the books from previous years. This includes soil remediation at the Norfolk County Garage, the dressing rooms, 2 fire trucks, and a drain. So as a worst case scenario, if all of that was issued, we would also repay $4.4 million and end the year with at most $51.2 million of taxpayer debt, which is the same as what we'd start 2027 with. Now, over the remaining forecast period, if we zoom out to the 10-year view, there's $76 million of debt forecasted in this plan. This is the exact same number you saw 3 slides ago. So in a worst case scenario, all of this would be issued. We would also repay around $70 million of that, which would leave us 10 years from now with $56.6 million outstanding in taxpayer debt, which is slightly more than today, but not too much. What about the rest of the corporation, though? Although we're not here to talk about water and wastewater investments today, it's important to understand that more debt got approved in the trajectory of the rate budget than what's available for deliberation today. If we were to repeat this exercise that's on the screen and add water wastewater debt to the taxpayer view, we could be left with around $280 million outstanding in totality at the end of the decade, which is a lot greater of a share on a lot fewer stakeholders. So now hopefully we know how much debt we have and how much debt we're expecting. What we need to wrap up this discussion with is how much does that debt cost? If all approved debt was issued, Norfolk County would make $6.2 million in principal repayments and interest charges next year. This is down $1.9 million from the amount included in this year's budget. And that's due to making the final payment on a couple major projects I also wanted to highlight. The $21 million original Norview construction debt from 2005 was finally paid off this year. The $1.4 million leasehold improvement debts at RAB and the Port Dover Library branch were fully paid off this year, and the $1 million financial system replacement debt from 2015 was also fully paid off this year. With all of those debts repaid, we no longer have to include their payments or their interest charges, which makes way for a reduction to the levy in January. Making our way down the slide, you'll see a familiar looking graph, as we've often used this layout to discuss our ARL in previous years. In this case, following Council's approval of the debt management policy, we're doing away with the ARL and we're looking at our tax-supported repayment target. As a reminder, this simpler metric basically just says, hey, don't let debt repayments get to 10% or more of the levy. As you can see on the chart, we're recommending a plan that is compliant with that, far below the 10%. The borrowing trajectory peaks at 6.5% in 2032, but even in that year, we would maintain a buffer of around $40 million in additional borrowing capacity before we would be approaching that 10% target. The impact against the ARL, for those who are curious, as it's not shown here, is 13.1% in the peak year, which is another big improvement on the 15% plus we've been talking about over the past few years. With that, I'm coming to the end of my piece here today, but I'd be remiss to not mention one last time that, like most of the slides I've discussed today, the improvement in metrics on this slide is also primarily attributed to the endorsement of the long-term financial strategy. That's because it really is the one-stop shop in terms of affecting the amount of money Norfolk has available, the condition of assets, capital spending, change in property tax, healthiness of reserves, the reliance on debt, basically everything. And it should really underpin the discussion on all future financials. So I hope it's helped to establish a clear and consistent path forward for the county. So I hope I've been able to explain a bit about next year's capital budget, the 10-year plan at large, and some strategies we're using. And I believe the treasurer has some closing remarks for us.
Thank you, Jared, and through Mayor Martin. As noted earlier in the presentation, the sufficiency of Norfolk's reserve transfers has increased significantly over the last few years. I wanted to highlight that metric particularly because the improvement in the sufficiency of reserve transfers has occurred at the same time as a dramatic increase in the size of Norfolk's levy capital plan. In the 2022 to 2031 capital plan, the 10-year total of levy-related capital spend was about $450 million. That same number in the 2026 to 2035 capital plan is $750 million. So while it is to be celebrated that reserve sufficiency is increasing, the fact that it is increasing while planned capital spending is also going up substantially is additionally positive from a financial perspective. Council's endorsement of a financial strategy earlier this year to close the infrastructure funding shortfall has helped to decrease reliance on more expensive funding sources like debt over the next decade. This further demonstrates that through disciplined planning and by sticking with a prudent long-term financial strategy, significant strides can be made toward our long-term financial sustainability goals. When capital investments are guided by sound asset management planning, we can ensure that we invest in the right assets at the right time to extend their useful lives and minimize future liabilities. Lastly, before I hand things back to Mayor Martin, I wanted to note that this forecast was developed this year, as it is every year, through open consultation across the organization with participation from staff in every department and division, and I want to thank my team and our colleagues across the county for their valuable input and participation in the budget planning process. I also want to thank Council for your leadership and for your support of staff recommendations, which are helping to bring Norfolk back to the path of financial sustainability. And with that, we're pleased to hand things back and take any questions that Council may have.
That's great. Thank you very much. Really great information in the budget, but really great visuals this year. I liked the debt info and the reserve contribution chart. That's really, really interesting to see. So thanks for producing those for us. Questions on the report, not specific budget items, although if it was referenced, you can go ahead and bring them up. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Martin. My question is, when you determine, and I'm on the page here, the story of Norfolk's debt in that page, like obviously we're taking out more debt, but we're dropping debt too as we go along. What rate do you use with interest rates coming down and that? How have you determined that? Like you show there 70.8 million repaid. You've obviously had some kind of a figure in mind. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, each year as we approach the capital forecasting exercise, we kind of pick an interest rate that we're going to forecast over the length of the period. This year, based on the information that was available, we used 4.5% for future debts. I think as of today, the most recent update I got from Infrastructure Ontario, we're sitting around 4.28% would be the rate we would be offered today. So hopefully that provides some guidance.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Banandrishi.
I think that one, that's working better. Okay, thank you for the presentation. It was excellent, and the visuals were excellent. Everything was well done. When we predict, my question would be, when we predict what happens in the future or how we stretch it to 2035, how are we assured that the dollars we're comparing today versus the dollars you compare in 35? So you've said that inflation, you've taken a rate of 4.28 is what is what you're telling me across the board? Is that correct?
Through the chair, almost. So 4.5 or the 4.28 is how much we expect the interest rate on our debt to be. In terms of inflation, we also make an assumption for that. It's a slightly different number. We use 2.5%, and that's per year, and then that's compounded throughout the year.
Okay, so that was my question, the inflation dollar, the value today versus the value tomorrow. So I was interested to know what percentage you use, because it really determines whether you're correct or not correct or incorrect, but close or not close. So I feel assured that you've done it correctly, so I'm feeling good about that. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions before we crack the binder open? I think we're good to go. Okay, so thank you again, staff, for your presentation. Just a couple of notes that I wanted to make. It's certainly a historic infrastructure investment plan. Really great news to see that we're not taking on a boatload of additional debt to maintain the services. But when I look out across that chart of reserve contributions, we're making our way in the right direction, but those are to provide the services of today. So it's good to keep in mind moving forward as we increase and enhance service levels, what that will do to future projections, not only on the levy, but reserve contributions and the work that we're doing. Most of the additions on this year's capital plan, they are renewal projects, so it is mostly a status quo budget for us. So just furthering our commitment to maintaining the assets and the infrastructure that we have while still making financial contributions to the reserve. And it's a good endorsement of a long-term financial strategy that is certainly going to continue with the right trajectory on our financials at large that's been demonstrated, I would say, over the last 2 terms of council. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the important governance consideration with the introduction of strong mayor powers, that future mayors will have the authority to propose their own budgets. And as noted earlier by staff, this was a staff-led budget. We call it the mayor's budget. Legislatively, we're required to do so, but it is not my budget. It is a budget of council that was created by staff from all departments, and their consideration and professional recommendations should be taken very seriously today and in the future. And I really fundamentally believe that these budgets should not be altered for, political gain. So I challenge, the members around the table and any future council members to really give consideration to any amendments made under the strong mayor power budget considerations that would deviate from staff's recommendations. We've got a really great team, and one budget at a time, we continue to move in the same direction, but one budget at a time, we can undo that direction. So let's continue as we normally do. We normally talk about consensus motions, but then don't necessarily always use them. So let's kind of wing it and see today how we get going and establish a pattern. And then if that's the case, we'll waive the procedural bylaw and have consensus motions, but I won't do that yet. We'll start off in section 1, which is pages 2 to 14. It's the corporate services report. There is a message from the mayor, the treasurer, and the presentation and staff report that we just heard. So we should be able to move right through to page 15 and 18, the capital plan, unless you have a question prior to page 14. All right, this section is the capital plan for each division. The first 3 pages, you'll find the summary of each year provided by the division, the project type, the funding source, with totals provided for each category over the 10 years. So we can start with any questions on page 16 through to 18. Otherwise, we'll drill specifically into the departments. Okay, seeing none, we are on page 19, is Office of the CAO. There are new executive summaries, which I thought was really great this year for the divisions. Page 20 includes the projects listed. And the projects are divided into service improvements and renewal. And then there are business cases at the back. It might be best to, if you want to raise the questions about any new items now, feel free to do it in this section, but then when we get to the business case, we can have a better conversation or debate or not. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so let's move along to community and development services, starting on page 21. This goes through to page 47. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Got a few comments here on page 24. Can I jump to that, or? It's 7331941. It's the Lynn River silt trap. We did the LPRCA budget last week, and they have a project in there on the removal or reconstruction of the old Sutton Dam. And I'm hoping that staff can coordinate. Maybe you want to make sure the silt trap's in before they start ripping out the last remnants of the dam. So hopefully the two entities can get together and talk about that at some point. So.
Bill? Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor. I couldn't jump in quick enough before we started here. There were two items that, in our final review as early as or as late as last night, we were going to defer to the following year, and the item that Councillor Van Passen mentioned was one of them. So. I think staff's concern was this has been when you have a silt trap, they need maintenance every so many years, and it was time for that. So, however, with the excess soil regulations and things that have changed in the world, which we staff are, I'll use the word struggling a little bit with marina dredging, we were prepared to defer this to the following year to give staff more time to discuss and probably have to increase the budget. But I think with the councillor's news of the Sutton Dam being looked at, I'm going to now suggest that we leave it in because if the LPRCA is going to do their work this year, I don't want this budget sitting out because I think the two will go very nicely together. So I appreciate that. And the only other item I will mention while I have the mic is on page 40, fleet, we have two graders for $650,000 apiece. Staff have reviewed that, and with mechanical staff as well as road staff, we would like to bump one of those to 2027 budget. Staff feel that the grader and review will go an extra year, and it also gives staff time to look at do we need the additional grader? And that's going to take some efficiencies with the work groups and the newly formed public works group. So that would be bumping one grader, not from 2026 on to 2027. And I just wanted to chat about the silt trap that I'm thinking we will leave in place now with the news of the Conservation Authority moving forward with Sutton Dam.
Okay, we'll revisit the grader when we get to it. If you have questions about that, save them for later, but otherwise we're still on page 24, 25. Councillor Duthie, then Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to ask, and I did ask Councillor Van Andruschi earlier, so I appreciated her insight. It's related to the elevator installation at Langton Arena. I appreciate that project's been hanging around since 2018. I'm just curious, I mean, it's $1 million. Have we considered other options for that space to have a warm viewing area? I know it's difficult in the entryway just based on the sort of the layout of it and the way it sort of breaks into a T-junction there. But there's not a great deal upstairs. So I'm just wondering if we've considered other ideas.
And just remind us, what page are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the top of 23.
Top of 23, thanks.
Through Madam Chair, to the councillor, I see Michael from Facilities is on. I may turn that question over to Michael, who has more in-depth knowledge of the proposed project. Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Bill, and through you, Madam Mayor. to the councillor, we have looked at, I would say, at a high level. So the plan with that elevator project for 2026 is to be phased. So in 2026, we were planning on doing more of a detailed engineering analysis to determine exactly where would be the most cost-effective location for that elevator. Currently, we think that there is space within the facility to add the elevator, but it's through that design or detailed engineering that we would determine the most cost-effective location.
Can I just continue just briefly on that? Is it, thank you, Michael, for that response. Is it planned to be the same type of elevator as we have at the rec center, at Talbot, et cetera, that requires a key or an operator?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, no, it would be a full service elevator, which would be easily accessible or easy to use rather than a vertical lift.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, then Van Andrieschi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Page 24, 3/4 of the way down, it's the niche columbarium for Delhi Cemetery. And then there's another one that's ends in 113, and then the next one below that ends in 636. Bill, when the county took over the Delhi Cemetery, was there not some kind of a fund that they had set aside for some maintenance items? That perhaps that item could be moved up if we could take dollars out of that fund?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. Brian Gertz is also online. I may defer to him, but I believe with the columbariums, there's the care and maintenance of cemeteries, which there's certain items that money can be used for maintaining cemeteries. I think when we get into columbariums, they are an infrastructure that we have to budget for. I think the benefit of these, as council may recall, the cemetery master plan, we do have 2 of these columbariums, maybe 3 in Oakwood. I apologize, I don't know the exact number, but through the master plan, these are a wave of the future. A lot of folks interested in these. It saves us precious space in cemeteries, and although the municipality pays for these up front, the fees calculated for the eventual users of these, they do cover the initial cost.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Van Andrieschi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I just want to speak of the elevator in Langton. We have been waiting a long time for that particular elevator. And many people that know, they set up in the arena, that maybe once the entrance is there, where it used to be the old ticket box, goes straight up and can be used there. So I'm sure that it'll be engineered easily to have that in the arena. But we have been waiting since 2018, and the project we've made requests for is because we do have handicapped individuals, and they cannot comfortably see the ice. We have to take them out through the main doors and then over to the right and out to the door, and then again they're sitting right outside in the cold, and it's not appropriate for that. And since other arenas do have lifts or elevators, I think it is about time that it is recognized. It's been requested for a long time. We're looking at 20-some plus years. So I want to make sure that that is left in. That is very vital for me to be able to satisfy the folks down home to say that we do and can have an elevator in our particular arena. So there is a reason for it. There are people that have approached us. It is able to be done. And as far as what's up there, well, it's the whole viewing area and the canteen, as well as the washrooms upstairs. So there is a need, and I think it would be beneficial to keep that in. It's not anyone's fault that it has been kept being pushed back. So there are times where you just have to do it. Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, page 25, onward. Let's do 25 to 30. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Martin. I'm on the studies and assessments, I guess it is, 250,000 for page 25. The archaeological management plan, 250,000. And I've read the the document, and I guess my question is, what, if we carry out that study, does it guarantee that we won't have any further need for, to ask for input from these organizations, like the people that will deal with that? I'm a little unclear. We spend that kind of money and maybe they just come along and say, no, we want to do an archaeological assessment someplace. Or will that eliminate that, I guess is what I'm saying.
Through Madam Chair to the Council, again, a great question. I do have my team on board, and Acting Director Lisa Call is there, and I think best suited to answer that.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, and through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, archaeological assessments would still be required, but this would help to narrow down where they would be required. At this stage, we kind of paint the county with one big brush because we don't know, we just don't have that level of information. So the official plan allows us to complete this plan, and it would help, developers in some cases not have to go through the screening and whatnot.
So there's no guarantee that it would cover everything then, is what you're saying. And who would carry out that kind of a study?
Through the mayor, it would be an archaeological consultant company that would be hired to do that.
And you're saying this study wouldn't, overall Norfolk, take in all of Norfolk County?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Quick jump in here before I go to the next two in line. So we would be using municipal levy dollars to benefit developers. How does this benefit the county?
Through to you, Mayor, it would just provide more information about when certain studies are required. There's a cultural aspect to it as well. I could follow up with a bit more on this, but it is something that is commonly completed by other municipalities as well. But yes, it does help narrow down where the archaeological assessments are required or not. So it does kind of cut red tape, I would say, for developers. It's not, it doesn't replace the need for archaeological assessments, though.
Okay, I suppose my hesitancy is that we're required by the province to, or developers are required by the province to have archaeological assessments in some cases. So now we're putting it on the residential levy payer, to provide a service for the development community that the province mandates. So I'd feel better if that was a provincial grant, but if you have any more information you want to flip us, go ahead and do that, and we'll dig into it more when we get to the business case later. Councillor Huffman, then Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. My question is page 26, sixth from the bottom. Structural and building repairs to the Victoria Old Town Hall for 2027 earmarked over $1 million. I'm confused.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I believe that's still just a placeholder. I think the decision to declare the Victoria Old Town Hall surplus, and we will be moving ahead with a plan to dispose of that. I think for now, look at our finance folks, I think it is just a place marker in there. So it is 2027. I don't think we need to be alarmed on it. I don't think we're going to need the funds, but it is still in the document, if that helps.
Well, it does, but I guess it doesn't really make sense is that to keep it in as a placeholder, because our intention is to divest of the property. So why would we, even if we're on the market at that point in time in 2027, we're not going to be doing over $1 million in repairs to a property that we're not keeping?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if finance wants that. I'm thinking it's more of a. I totally agree with you, Councillor. I think it's more of a formatting for the budget document. Finance, I'm not sure if you have a comment on why it's there.
Through the chair, it's council's prerogative if they would want to remove this project. It's currently in the document because we still own the building. Obviously, if a divestment proceeds, it would clearly be taken out. We're not going to dump $1 million+ worth of work into a building we no longer own.
Mr. Menezes, comment?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's in here. It's a placeholder. Yes, we know that we're in the process of divesting the property, but until we actually divest of the property, we need to manage and account for anticipated expenditures in the event that the deal does not close and it remains in our ownership. But certainly it is council's prerogative if you want to remove it and the property gets divested, we can certainly do that.
Councillor Van Passen, on this topic, okay, you go ahead before Councillor Michelli then.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I had this on my list as well, and I was debating whether I should bring it up or try to sneak it through that nobody noticed, but I have the same complaint. This item has been discussed, decided, reconsidered, offered, negotiated, and I think we're done. And as long as you keep leaving $1 million placeholders in there, the community's going to come back and go, well, you got $1 million in the budget, why don't you just give us $250,000? And like I also have on my little list here, page 30, page 34, we got repairs still for the Teeterville Museum. We shut them down 5 years ago. Why are we still listing them in here? We're not going to fix the HVAC system in the Teeterville Museum in 2028 when we shut it down 5 years ago. Get them out of here and let's move forward, and we committed to do something, do it.
Okay, so how would you like to handle this? Do you want to do, I don't know if we'll have consensus. You want to waive the procedural bylaw and have consensus motion by head nodding that we're removing things, or do you want to keep it clean with motions? Councillor Berry.
Well, I have a question before we do that, if you don't mind. I don't know who it's even to, maybe to Bill, maybe to Al, but, okay, so I understand when you've decided to not continue the buildings. I get all that. I understand. I'm not debating that. But if we don't divest them by then, do we not need to have this in there so we know what we're facing in terms of, I guess what I'm saying, is this the minimum maintenance that we have to perform in order to keep it in good order, or is there another number that, yeah, we're not going to continue to invest in it, but we haven't divested it yet, but we got to make sure that the roof doesn't leak, like that kind of stuff. Like, I don't want these things to go to seed, so to speak, because we don't put any money aside. So I'm wondering, what is the real number in order to keep these things so we can divest them?
Through Madam Mayor, again, very good question. The $1 million, I'll look for Michael to nod, that is the number to do the structural repair, make it safe for public to go in. It's the big Band-Aid, it's the big fix. I think another reason with this, staff are presently dealing with the park section of that property, and we should have consensus very shortly in the new year on what we're going to do with that and get back to council. And then at that time, I think we can move faster on the building. But to answer your question, the $1 million is not what we need to basically keep that building running. This is not an inflated number, but a number to calculate all of the capital needs that are needed.
Okay, so then back to you again through the mayor there. So I guess I have the same question about Teeterville, and I understand that the $1 million is not the bare bones, but should we have a bare bones number in there just to keep it, or is that something you can do through regular maintenance and operations? Like, I guess what I'm trying to avoid here is that I don't want to take it all out so it shows zero, and then the next budget, oh, we need money that we didn't budget for at all because there's an urgent, we have to do something, because if we don't, the building will fall down. But even not that, it's going to leak, it's going to be a fire hazard, whatever. Like, I don't want to have zero if that's not zero, is what I'm saying. So what is the minimum number that we should have in there for maintenance just to keep it from collapsing, hypothetically? Teeterville too.
Yep, through Madam Mayor. Councillor, I do appreciate the offer. I'm looking at Michael here. I believe within our operating and capital budgets, we carry enough money for staff to do a monthly, weekly inspections with these buildings. I think it's more monthly. They go in, they check the windows, they're in tune with what's happening. So I think a lot of the money the funds needed to keep these buildings closed up, we have that within our operating budgets.
Thanks. So just another way to put it then, you don't foresee a potential curveball coming to the next term of council in their first capital budget because we've made it a zero?
Through Madam Mayor, I think the only thing I would see is if for some reason with Teeterville or with Victoria, we don't end up divesting of these and we end up having a building that's getting older, we could reach a time where there could be a collapse, demo costs and things like that. Okay. But I think as staff, those are a few years out yet. We need to get through the process and see where these go.
Good enough. Thank you so much, Bill. I appreciate it.
Okay, back to how you'd like to handle this. You wanted proper motion. Okay, Councillor Huffman, do you want this eliminated? Councillor Michelli seconding. Question on the same topic? Okay. Looking for Councillor Vanadrishi.
I'm going to try this. Oh, okay, good. But just to make it a package, there are others in here as well. So what do you do with them? Like, are we going to go through each one then? Is that what you're indicating?
Okay,
Do
Councillor
it separately.
Michelli also has one, so go ahead, Councillor Michelli, let's hear what you'd like to discuss.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That was going to be my question. Are we going to do these as a en bloc, or are we just doing them individually? So it sounds like we're doing them individually, is that correct?
Sure, but let's keep them blocked by location. If there are multiple capital projects for a particular location, we'll put them all together. Councillor Brunton?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martin. I tend to dwell on 2026. 2027, unless it's been a hard decision like the Victoria Town Hall, I don't get too excited about all the way up to 35. I'm going to deal with that again at some point, or somebody will. So I can support Councillor Van Passen's and Councillor Huffman's motion, but I don't want to dwell too much on anything beyond 26, unless it's been specific that we've already made a decision on it. Other than that, we'll be here all day. I can look at stuff back in 2032 and say, you know, I have a problem with it, so.
All right, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Huffman. I'm looking for a seconder, please. Councillor Berry. So that motion is to eliminate 5332338 structural and building repairs, Victoria Town Hall, 2027. Is that it? Okay. Any debate or discussion on that we haven't already covered off? I will call the question. All in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thanks very much. Councillor Columbus?
Madam Mayor, the Teeterville subject's been coming up off and on here, and I'd like to hear from Mr. Cridlin where we're at with that particular property.
Okay.
Because we haven't heard from Teeterville residents like we've heard from Victoria residents about the future. But there are a number of buildings on that property that have been dedicated. I think the first log cabin in the county that was built has been moved there, and there's a small church. And it's not just cut and dry where you can eliminate all of that property. A few weeks ago, I brought up the fact that maybe we should have a bit of a passive park there to make sure that the cabin that was dedicated and the church is still left in place. So I'd like to hear from Mr. Cridlin what his thoughts are, whether in fact we actually made a motion sometime to dismiss the whole property.
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor, I will do my best. I know a few years ago when this property was declared surplus, I wasn't sitting in the seat I'm sitting in, and I think staff would have to go back and review council's motion. I'm not sure if it is the building or the land itself, so I'll be upfront with that. I think the reason this is held on a little bit is the need for storage. There are artifacts within that building itself that we need a home for that we do not presently have. Through this capital budget, you will see a few items with our administrative move to the Gilbertson building. There is money in here for museums and culture for storage. It will be some of it will be climate controlled for the items that need it, others are not. So I think the plan is slowly coming together on what we're going to do with the artifacts, and then next is dealing with the building. So I think staff will have to have some further discussions and get back to council with just exactly what the plan is for that, and whether it is to sell the whole property outright, to keep part as a community park. You are right, I've had a few calls from the old wooden building. They tell me it is one of the oldest buildings in Norfolk County. So I think we have to tread a little cautiously here on how we move forward with divesting of this and involved some community input. So kind of danced around the question, but it is getting much closer to how we're going to go now that we have a spot for storage of the artifacts.
I think our CAO has a comment that might help.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding was that Teeterville Hall, which was declared surplus before I arrived, the only reason we haven't disposed of that property yet was because we were having some issues with the storage. Some items are being stored there. Now that we've purchased the Gilbertson building and we're making arrangements to move that storage, the moment all of the items had been moved to Gilbertson with new additional storage to preserve some of those items, we were going to declare the property surplus and dispose of it. We can certainly look to see whether it was the building or the property, but my understanding was it was going to be the entire property, including the building. But we'll certainly review the records and get back to you. But the plan currently is, as soon as the items are moved, the building will be vacant. It's already made a decision by council, and we will be disposing of the property.
And just to be clear, that was 2020. So Councillor Columbus is raising, concerns because we've brought it up multiple times, but we're going on 6 years here where we haven't done anything, haven't relocated the items, haven't divested, haven't created revenue. That's not the point and the purpose of the very tumultuous exercise that was 2020 budget. Councillor, go ahead, Councillor Columbus, and then I got to go to Councillor Michelle.
So the hall is one thing, but what would we do with the dedicated cabin that's at the south end of the property?
Let's get staff
And
to report back to us, because you were right, we talked about museum only, and there are other items on that property. So let's get staff to report back to us on the 2020 budget decision plus the most recent decision with the surplus land where you raised the passive park. Let's get a refresher on all of that and let us know what's next. While I'm on the topic, I really have to go to Councillor Michelle, but is someone going to want to table a motion on Teeterville? So we're not bouncing around. I heard it raised, but no one. Councillor Van Passen?
I raise it because of that fact, why we keep including it. I think staff's got the hint. There's nothing in there in Teeterville for 2026, as Councillor Brunton pointed out, but let's get moving on it. I understand all of the backstory and the history, and again, the cabin, that was donated, and if we're going to divest of it, there's rules to that the people who donate it get the first dibs to take it back. Already contacted the Conservation Authority. Maybe they want to move it to Bacchus, but they don't want it either. But that is in process. So, to move $10,000 and $15,000 and $20,000 from 5 years out doesn't really affect it all that much. But I think staff got the hint. They don't need to bring it back next year, because I don't want a budget item of fixing the HVAC on a building that was supposed to be gone 5 years ago.
So is that a motion?
No, it doesn't need a motion.
All right, so that is sidewalk addition and step repair as well, and restoration, exterior restoration. All right, Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm referring to page 26 under the county building renewal. We have in 2027 for the South Walsingham Hall for some interior and exterior repairs, $400,000. Is that a placeholder? I guess this is to staff. Is that a placeholder that's contingent on the way that we have currently arranged the hall to be have some collaboration between the community groups and the hall regarding some of the financing and maintenance of that building?
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor, that's correct. You'll see a number of items in here in 227 where we've taken where the facilities master plan is going or what's been agreed at, and bumping things a year out just to buy us a little time to see where things go. Council may question us a little later on a few items of why we're putting, there'll be a few items, none come to mind, but you'll definitely pick them up, so we'll go through why are we still moving ahead with that, and those are the items that staff consider to be critical. Keep the lights on, keep things running, because even if we are going to dispose of a building or we don't know of its future, we still have to keep this running and operating for a number of years. So you're correct.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Excuse me, I got to go back. Page 29 I'm on here, if it's all right. Second item from the very bottom, 144,000 in 2027. If I'm on the right building here, I'm not really concerned about it right now. Am I missing the point here? Like, we're dealing with that issue, but they put this in the budget. Okay, but all I'm saying is I'm not concerned about it right now. And why do we even have to deal with it?
Well, there's time to revisit that next year
Okay.
or as information evolves.
Well, if I can go on to page 30 then. there's a few things in here, and I don't understand, like, I thought, for example, number 312 at the bottom, the Shellberg washrooms, is that building not on the hit list that we decided it's going? Did I not, am I correct on that? It's on the disposal of that property is on the list. We dealt with it a week or so ago.
Yep. Through the mayor, the councillor, you are correct. I may turn it over to Michael, and I think this is to my previous conversation that there are some items that are included in these buildings, and it's the time frame we're looking at. So, Michael, if I can rely on you on why this project is there, and again, your group had put the scope together, you have much more information than I have.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
sorry if I may, before, I'm on, like, there's other ones right in that area, there's like Villanova Yard and so forth. My memory's good, but it's short, and I'm not sure if it's on the list or it's not on the list, so.
Yeah, because there were amendments made. You guys pulled some yards at the end to not move forward. Michael, then Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I would say the Shellberg operations, I think the washroom renovation we're referring to, is a pretty critical item that needs to be done with Shellberg. That being said, it is on the divestment potential list. It has been pulled, and until that time that we get that firm direction, it should remain in the budget. And if we do get that direction, I think that's something that we could potentially defer.
Al?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Councillor Brutton. So you'll recall it was on the list on the facilities master plan with a recommendation for it to be divested. However, council made a decision and asked staff to reconsider that in regards to the Shellberg yard. And so we are looking at that. Staff have already started to do some additional research, and we are planning to come back in early 2026 to get a final direction from council as to whether that property will be divested or kept in our portfolio.
Okay, I guess very clearly then, if it isn't, and we move quickly on this, we can save $100,000. Am I correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, correct. So with all of these properties, they're in here, and part of the assumption is that we maintain them. The moment that a property is identified for divestiture or something that's not going to be in our core, then what we do is we revert back to the minimum possible to keep them safe, to keep them secure, but we will not be spending countless dollars on a property that we're not going to maintain over the long term.
220 actually in operating costs, let alone the divestiture and the operational savings that staff suggested in that report, but council did not move ahead with staff's suggestion. So there'll be another report on this. I think it's only fair to leave it in the budget in case council does decide to keep the building, but to be clear, it was staff's recommendation to not. Councillor Van Passen on this one, then Barry.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I had this one on my list too, that whole block there. There's some for Shellberg, there's some for Villanova. You know, we did look at that overall master plan not too long ago, and one of the things was to close down the Villanova yard in the near future, which I still don't believe is the greatest of ideas. And, you know, I drove out there and I looked on a map, and I think we might want to reconsider that part about Villanova Yard now works north-south. You might want to look at Villanova Yard working east-west on the north end of the county, and then you've got Simcoe working east-west in the middle of the county, and you've got the yard in 45 working east-west. And bathrooms, I think the biggest need there's only one set of bathrooms for the guys, right? And the girls that work first might not disagree with that. So we do need some upgrades on the bathrooms. We've put a lot of money in there. So I can see they will do what needs to be done and not overspend, and with that thought about the potential of it not being there in a few years. But I might want to rethink whether it's going to be there in a few years. I think we should keep that one, because I still know the difference between Villanova Yard and Dundurn Yard,
So we've got a staff report coming back to us on that. Let's move along
Okay.
because we have more info coming.
Can I go back to page 26, Madam Mayor?
Yes, you can. And then I'm going to Councillor Berry.
Right, the second one at the top, and I'm sure this one's been on the list since January 1st, 2001, the renovations of the council chamber. Is that structural or safety, or is it just to continue? Because we've been working on this building, like they're working upstairs right now. Last year we did the bathrooms. Is it part of that overall get the whole building in decent shape kind of thing, or somebody tripping on the carpets, because we all do, and
Before Michael answers that, between this year and next year, those two Shellburg and Villanova yards that staff recommended to be divested of, $643,000 in the capital plan. Michael, cab.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councilor Van Passen. So the scope of that project, the renovations to the council chambers, is more of a refresh of the council chambers. As you look around the room there, a lot of the finishes are from the existing renovation there in the late 1970s. We have very tired carpet, not a very accessible, highly functional council chambers. So the intent with this project is something that's way overdue, to replace the flooring, look at some layout changes to the council chambers itself to make it more functional, more accessible, and make some millwork and seating alterations to improve the functionality of the chambers.
Councillor Berry, then Van den Driesch.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to go to 28. So on 28, it's just I guess a general question. So I see here the Port Dover Harbor Museum deck stain. It's a small number, it's 15,000. But I'm wondering, like, do these deck stains and paints and whatever else, these need to be capital things? Like, they can't be part of operations, the deck staining? Like, I realize we got to pay for them either way, but there's nowhere in the operations budget that we do a deck staining for 15 grand. And I'm wondering if we can do that one, if there's a bunch of other ones that we could make this picture a little prettier, if these are operational things or no.
Through the chair, yeah, one can certainly argue a restain or painting would be an operating activity. I think the bottom line is either way, we have to pay for it, whether that's coming from an increase to the levy next year directly to raise that 15,000 to pay for it, or it's coming from reserves to pay for it that we've already paid up, is 6.5. I'll say the kind of guiding principle on why it's in this capital plan this year is going back to the building condition assessments. Those outlined so much work, I think over 600 projects across our facilities, and putting them in capital allows us to have a trigger to do that work in a longer period of time and leading up to it, rather than having to remember when we get to each consecutive levy, oh, I got to remember to put in the restain this year. I've got to remember to do the windows next year. I got to remember to do the painting 6 years from now. So hopefully that provides some background.
Yeah, I understand that, and I guess, like, we kind of get it from the sort of, what we say, the bird's eye or the 50,000 foot view or whatever we say. But when I look at things like this, I think, well, okay, so if the county is going to budget those in capital, there's, how do I say this? I wonder if the community would come forward and help us do these things in all of our communities if we said something like, we need the deck restained, or we need, beautification things, or, can't we, I don't know what the total cost is of all these things, these 15s, these 10s, these little things, but if it starts to add up to a significant number, is this not something we can ask our community groups and our service clubs and for help with? That's where I'm at here. And I guess I wonder if we just cover these and cover these and cover these every year. Is that necessary, is where I'm going. I don't know if you have an answer for that, Bill, but operationally, I feel like deck staining is part of it, is it? Or maybe it's not. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I hope you see where I'm going with this.
I'll start. I see L's there through the Madam Mayor. You bring up a good point, and I guess what I find with call them volunteers and service clubs, they do great and wonderful things. Certain things they are more suited for, and they tend to bring that to our attention. Here's something our club could do. Here's something our hockey association could do, and we are open to that and have that happen. I think when it comes to maybe more this particular question of staining and some general maintenance stuff, they don't tend to come out with the enthusiasm or the wants, but they do feel a big part of what we do for operating some building maintenance, but it's more programming stuff where they come in. So not a great answer, but something we could look into. I just don't know if this project or most of these would fit that. They're kind of a construction type one, and I'm not sure, Al, if you can do a little better job than I did there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say to Councillor Berry, typically, in my experience, attempting to get some of these small capital items onto your operating budget and try to, find 10,000, 15,000. Typically, your annual operating budget is for things that you do repetitively year after year. Some things like staining a deck, you probably do every 5 to 10, 15 years, depending on the durability of the stain. Best practice is to certainly put it in your capital budget. On your second question in regards to community groups, I mean, it's certainly something that as a councillor, as any elected official, if there's something in our capital budget that is, you think the community would certainly pitch in, as these capital projects move forward, if there's an opportunity for you to ask for those groups, we can certainly adjust our funding model, and if a community group wants to pay for the expense or wants to actually do the work, as long as the insurance and liability and whatnot, we can look at it. Typically, I would discourage it just for liability purposes, but if they're looking to fundraise to help offset the cost, we certainly are open to all of that if you can get the community to pitch in.
Well, thanks for that, and through the mayor, back to you there. I hear what you're saying, and I do get it. And maybe this is not the time to do this. Maybe I should have thought of this before, but I just would like to put it this way. If Norfolk County says, hey, you want to chip in to cover some of our costs, everyone's going to be like, no. But if it's the Harbor Museum that says, hey, we need this help, then people will come. That's the difference here, I guess, is, and I know the Harbor Museum's got enough to do, but I wonder if, anyways, whatever, I don't know. I just see these things and go, well, how many times does $15,000 add up to a bigger number? But anyways, I'll leave that one alone for now, I guess, because I got my answer. If you don't mind, Mayor, I'd like to ask about page 29, just at the top, the very first one, it says Norfolk Arts Center Port Restoration. Again, this is just a thing, but shouldn't we change that to Linwood? Because Norfolk Arts Center does not exist, and I would much rather, it's a small thing, but we should be calling it what it is, and so people know that we're talking about an investment in the Linwood building. Norfolk Arts Center is not a thing anymore, and so I just want that to be a little clear if possible, and it doesn't super matter, but it kind of matters. And then the last one I have on 29 is the Victoria Community Center. Oh, sorry, withdraw that one. I misread that. I thought it was Town Hall again. It's a community center, so never mind. That's it.
Brian or Al, comment on Norfolk Art Center renaming it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly we can clarify in terms of the project name. It is an expenditure in 2027. We expect that we will be back in front of council within the coming months to provide an update on the future of Linwood and Norfolk Arts. So that is a placeholder for 2027. It's been identified for a while, and we'll provide some additional update in the coming months.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen, Van Andriesch, Duthie, Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we go back to page 28 there, we have the net shanty repairs. It's like $400,000. Wasn't too many years ago that we put in new windows that quickly went over 100,000, and while they were doing that, they had to fix all the walls because they couldn't put in windows with the bad walls. And I think we got like $200,000 or $300,000 into it a couple of years ago. What are we going to dump $400,000 more into in structural repairs?
Michael, Brian, Bill, anyone?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to let Michael jump in there. I know he's got the building condition assessments and have a better idea of what's in the future here.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Through you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, this is a direct result from the building condition assessments. Identified some foundation and general building structure concerns with the net shanty building. We'll say that the previous project was more of a exterior cladding and window replacement. Didn't look at the building structure itself. So this would be the next phase of the restoration of that building.
I hate to say this, but that building's only been there like 25 years, and if we already got foundation problems, somebody didn't do a very good job building it in the first place, you know.
That's a story for a different day, 'cause I've heard this story before.
Okay. Well, again, Madam Mayor, these are the kind of things that staff is doing a much better job now, and with the new asset management plan, because this is the problem I think they've run into in the past, that everything was a one-off, and if council would have got the big picture sooner, they might have made different decisions in the beginning rather than keep dumping more money into the project that's bound to fail no matter how long it takes, right?
I'm noticing you're all pulling lots of old structures that staff have identified as a burden for the taxpayer. Councillor Van Andrieschie, Duthie, Columbus.
Me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious about, and I didn't get the answer, it was brought up an item on page 26, the renovations to the council chambers. I'm not a wants person, I'm a needs person, especially when it's a public asset. What were some of the plans you were thinking of in renovation, if I can ask that question? Just to the fact that, and when I look at the room, there's not much wrong with it. Maybe the carpeting, so it might be a little bit of a hazard. But other than that, if you're looking at it aesthetically, I mean, come on.
That's because green's your color.
I can certainly start, Madam Mayor, and then I can defer to Michael. Part of the things that we've looked at in terms of the council chambers since I arrived is the deficiency in terms of being accessible. If we ever had a member of council, a staff member having to sit up here, this is not accessible. We have to certainly update the council chambers to become accessible for future staff members or future councillors. If you have visitors here, which we have had on occasion that are on a wheelchair, there isn't a place really for someone in a wheelchair to park their wheelchair comfortably and be able to listen, watch. There are some different features that we are looking at in terms of improving the functionality of it. Right now, you'll notice there's senior staff that are separated. There's different opportunities for us to look at perhaps better aligning where council members sit and where staff members sit. Many of you have got your backs to senior staff, and you have a lot of difficulty in terms of talking and interacting with staff when your back are to staff and things. And so we are looking at all of that while trying to look at the aesthetics and trying to bring it up to where this is, at the end of the day, this is our seat of government, and we don't want to spend money foolishly, but it is a place that we should be proud of for any resident to come in here and interact with county council. So yes, things like carpeting, but looking at the functionality from an accessibility perspective as well.
I appreciate all that, but at the end of the day, I want to make sure that every dollar is used wisely and not an aesthetic. For functionality, I will agree.
Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I will withdraw. The question wouldn't change my opinion, really, so it doesn't matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Norfolk Arts Center, I see page 27. It's 833-2308 elevator replacement. Similar concern as to where the future of that building is, and any comments from staff with respect, is that elevator completely out of commission now, or can it hang in there for another couple of years?
I can certainly start, and Michael could certainly chime in. This has been an item that's been on our capital forecast for quite some time. I believe the elevator is approaching its end of life, if not already exceeded its expected life, and so we have got it as an identified item. As I mentioned previously, in the next couple of months, we'll be discussing Linwood and the building, and at that time, depending on the future of that building, if it continues to be owned by the county and on a property that we want to maintain, we certainly have to look at the capital improvements. If there's a different direction made, then we will certainly not have to expend the money on the elevator.
Thank you. And page 28, Madam Mayor, item 5332554, Carillon Tower, for 2.1 million in 2027. What exactly are the needs? I recall it was pointed inside and outside not long ago. Just wonder what this high price tag is all about.
And if I could jump in there further, what was the 25,000 and then the 50,000? So typically engineering costs, but what did we spend? What was it that we've already invested in or will continue to invest in this year?
Yeah, I'll take that one. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Columbus. I guess first to start on the 25,000 and the 50,000. So in 2025 this year, we've done some initial structural assessments within the building, some destructive testing to determine some of the cause or root cause of some of the concerns that were identified through the building condition assessments. And that has essentially we've discovered some additional structural concerns with the Caroline Tower. So the additional engineering work to be completed in 2026 would be some monitoring of the structural tower. If, as you get further along in the budget document, you'll see that the Norfolk Street Bridge is set to be replaced in 2026, which could potentially have some impacts to the tower. So the intention with the 2026 engineering and monitoring is to monitor that the tower to ensure that no further deficiencies are created with that nearby replacement. But in terms of the 2.1 million, we're looking at a full rehabilitation of the Caroline Tower for 2027. So the Caroline Tower obviously celebrated its 100-year anniversary this year, and is really starting to show its age. The entire tower will need a full rehabilitation in 2027.
Okay, I guess when you're 100 years old, things get really old.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I asked a question before about what or why we have to do this council chamber. But last year I watched them when the roof was leaking and the plaster was broken, and they came in and they fixed all the plaster, and then they fixed the roof. And I know I talked to the guys, I'd have done that the other way around. I'd have fixed the source of the problem first before I fixed the plaster. And, now we look at renovating this in 2026, but then in 2027, we're going to put a new elevator in. Maybe we should do those the other way around. Let's first do the elevator, which is going to take a little bit of structural changes and probably make some noise and some dust and some damage, and then put a pretty coat of paint on this place after that's done. So I wonder if staff could comment on that logic or that theory. So.
Staff?
Through the Madam Mayor to the councillor. Michael, I'll pass that off to you. I know you have more in-depth knowledge of both projects.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's a valid one. So the elevator replacement, we actually are commencing in 2026. So we'll be doing some design work in 2026 to determine what that exactly is going to look like, and obviously that would be done prior to any of the major renovations being considered in the council chambers. That being said, we don't really see, staff's opinion, that we don't really foresee a major relocation of that lift. I think it's in an ideal spot. So we don't anticipate that having a major impact on the renovations, but certainly we would have more information as we go through both the design processes as before we made those final renovations to the chambers.
So I guess I can just assume the allocation in the budget doesn't necessarily mean that the work will get done. It might get done in a different order, but okay, I think I can grasp the concept now. Thank you.
And I think they couldn't find the leak because there were so many patched chimneys and so much horsehair installation in the way that took them longer than they anticipated. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I'm going back to the Caroline Tower issue. my understanding, and I hope our staff are looking into, my understanding from some previous long-standing members at the Legion that the federal government was quite instrumental in the construction of that tower many years ago. So I hope our staff are looking into some federal funding. But my question, I guess, to staff is, what is there a real structural problem with the base of that somehow? Like, when you're talking $2 million, I mean, that's a, are we talking like some kind of pinning underneath it, or like, can you elaborate a bit on that? Like, that's a lot of money.
Michael?
Yeah, thank you, to you, Madam Mayor. So it's really just the exterior course of masonry that really needs to be essentially rebuilt. So you're really rebuilding the entire tower. The foundation, our initial testing is sufficient. But obviously, as we go through detailed engineering, we'll kind of confirm that and yeah, I mean, accommodate that through the construction. But our initial interpretation is that no foundation work. It's strictly a rehabilitation or rebuild of the exterior masonry on that entire tower.
And I guess my question, I assume our staff will be looking into some form of federal assistance, is that, if I can use that word?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the answer is yes. We are constantly on the lookout for grants, opportunities for external funding on every project that we do. So we actually have grant miners, we call them, but there are folks that are always looking for opportunities to have other levels of government provide some funding.
And then from past experience, we'll work to keep the Legion and the heritage community involved and have this finished before November. Thanks. Councillor Michele.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I think you just want to clarify, when we say the heritage community, we also mean the Norfolk Heritage Committee. Thank you.
Good stuff. All right, moving along. Last 2 pages in this little bundle here, 29 to 30. We covered it up. Councillor Barry?
Thanks, Mayor. It's actually through to Al again, or to other staff. It's about the Norfolk Arts Center again. I understand we have a report coming. I get all that. Do we know when abouts? And I guess what I'm wondering is, if we're going to approve the budget, I just did a quick calculator exercise here. There's 1.514 million in the budget for the Norfolk Arts Center, and so that's a huge number, relatively speaking. So I'm wondering, if we approve this today, we're going to be approving it with that 1.5 million in it, that we don't know what we're doing with it quite yet, that building. So when can we sort that out? And I guess when we report our final budget decisions to the public, like, what are we doing here? We're going to report it in with that number, but it may change, and then what do? Do we have to redo the budget, or how does that work? Not redo the budget, but do we have to reapprove or amend the budget and pass it again, or what do we do?
Through Madam Mayor, we are expecting over the next 30 to 60 days, you'll have an update shortly on Linwood, with some different things coming. And I would say Linwood, like every other one of our properties, we would never spend any money on a property that we're not going to maintain full-time or on a long-term basis. And so that's a lens that we bring to every one of these capital expenditures, and we'll continue to do so. But you will get an update in regards to Linwood very shortly.
Yeah, I understand that, and thanks for that, Al. I appreciate it. I guess where I'm getting at, I'm not trying to badge you, but where I'm at here is that when we tell the public there's going to be a point number or whatever, X% increase based on our capital projection, our capital plan, our capital this and the other, and then we take some of that stuff for Linwood's next year, so it will affect things. So I guess that's where I'm wondering is, like, how do we, if we make changes later, how do we do that? How do we communicate to the public that actually we've reduced it by this much or increased it by this much based on future decisions? I'm just trying to clarify that, because that's a big number.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so anything, council today is approving a 10-year forecast, but I think what we've said earlier is that you're approving actually 2026 expenditures on an annual basis. You'll always be approving a new 10-year capital forecast and always subject to change year after year. Anything that you're approving today for 2026, if the project does not move forward, the money remains unspent, it gets returned back to source, and there will be no, the money just gets returned back to source. It doesn't get spent, and then it gets reallocated in subsequent year for another project.
Okay, so I'm hopeful that if decisions are made later, that there is a clear part of that report or the meeting or whatever that we discuss it, that the public knows that actually we've done some work to reduce some costs here, not just that it went back in, but in fact, that actually comes off of the % increase that whatever we decide today. I want to make sure that we communicate that out, okay? Whoever, thank you.
I think also because it's in the reserve already, that makes a difference. If it's this year's, Amy, do you want to?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, through Mayor Martin to Councillor Berry. So the funds that are allocated in 2026 have been put into the reserve in a previous year from a previous levy. And so if the project doesn't go forward, then those funds will remain in the reserve and they'll be utilized for a different project in future. So it won't make a difference to the levy increase that's being recommended for infrastructure funding on the 2026 levy budget.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
I guess to Councillor Berry's point, then there might be a reduction of less money needed to be put into the reserve in the future that could be celebrated as in a future budget. So if there was some communication in a report that said less, but okay. Let's move on, page 30 to 35. Was that a hand? Pardon? Sure, page 38.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Sort of the second part of the thing, we have in 2026 a street sweeper and a single axle truck. In 27 we have a street sweeper and a single axle truck. And I know I brought this up before, but it just makes a whole lot more sense, and it's usually less money if you would order 2 identical street sweepers one year and then 2 identical trucks in another year. And even if you get them on stage delivery, if they got to build the street sweepers, get 2 of them that are the same and get them at the same time, or order them at the same time. So I wonder where the logic is about why one year you get one of each and the next year you get one of each again.
Through Madam Mayor, I believe Jordan Gallant, the manager of Fleet Services, is on here, and I'll turn it to Jordan. Part of this could be, I don't disagree with the councillor. I think we're in a little bit of transitions here with asset management coming in and certain dates and life cycles of the equipment. And Jordan, I'll turn it over to you to explain why the answer to the councillor's question.
Certainly, through the chair to the councillor, the one truck, S132, is listed as a single axle. It's also a plow truck, where S111, the year following in 2027, is not. It is a regular dump truck. So we could amalgamate them and do one tender for both, but they are spec'd differently and they are 2 totally different trucks.
Well, how about the street sweepers? Are they identical?
Again, through the chair, one of them's a vac sweeper and the other one's mechanical. They are separate spec units. One's used for fine pickup and the other one's used for bigger items.
Okay, see there I have my answer. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks to staff. So.
Any other questions? 30 through to 38 is where we're at. I have one about pickup trucks in general. So we have the replacement of pickup trucks. That's normal course of business each year. But we also have the business case at the back for vans or a van, or I can't remember. And we discussed SUVs, and we added a new vehicle, or we'll look at adding under the new business initiatives for bylaw. What is the total number of our fleet, not snowplow, street sweepers, like vehicles that road staff or IT staff, like how has that number fluctuated over the years, and where are we at, maybe Jordan, where are we at with the number of vehicles we have?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jordan can likely start with where we are, and I can maybe add a little historical background after we hear where we're at here.
To the mayor, if you could just give me 2 minutes, I'll just tally it up real quick.
Sure, yep.
Bill, if you were able to speak.
Take your time. Just, and it's less about the number, like I trust that staff have them allocated appropriately. It's just that we add them kind of separately in the departments and you lose track. And in the 2020 budget, we had switched over to looking at leasing and renting instead of purchasing. And now we're back to the purchasing just based on the market. And so, when I was looking at the business case, I couldn't quantify where we were at and how many are to which department and all that great stuff. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, and maybe Bill, you can answer this. How often do you analyze how many trucks you do require? Like when you go through, you look at your geographic areas, you look at your staff, you look at this and you look at that. When was the last time you did that, an overall assessment of what the needs are?
Through the Madam Mayor, to the councillor, very recently, with doing a few more proactive business-like things with fleet, we did go through that this year, and we started with, well, we hit a lot of elements. One was the amount of pickup or vehicles that staff took home. We reviewed that policy. We tightened it up. We also, with that, was the Revenue Canada aspect of staff reporting when they had what they call personal use of vehicles. And when we say personal use, it's not that you take it on the weekends to grocery shop and things. Any employee that is assigned a truck due to the duties of their job, after hours, short notice, that sort of stuff, their rides to and from work are deemed personal use. So we went through that. And that, we went to each operating department, and we had them basically, as I'm talking from a fleet manager, we said to them, here's your amount of trucks, it's your budget, and where, what do you need to run your operations? And some had clawed vehicles back. I know if Andrew Grace was here, he had a couple spots where the vehicles weren't needed. It was much easier for these individuals to be paid mileage because they didn't use them much. So we've been through that. So the other thing we would do going forward is, as soon as an MBI with a new staff member comes up, that is first and foremost question: does this individual need a vehicle? And if it does, that vehicle needs to be in the price of the NBI going forward. And we have that, we move forward. So I think we do a good job of keeping up on it. Obviously, we've had our our new stormwater group was something downloaded or asked for from the province, and with that, obviously, we had to have a few more pickups. But I was going to say, historically, I don't think we've added any snowplow trucks. We have contracted a few routes out, even though we've experienced some growth. And I know from my days in the work yards and parks, we have not added any pickup trucks so that we've taken parks on. Our staffing complement have remained fairly close, so we haven't added a lot of new vehicles other than when there are new programs that come in, and they are included in the budget, so they're funded appropriately.
Yeah.
Can I ask one more? What are the vans used for?
We'll get into that in the business case later, if you don't mind. And Jordan, go ahead.
To the mayor, we have roughly about 100 non-plow trucks, so that would be 21 low beds or 1 tons, 61 pickup trucks, and about 18 vans and SUVs.
I apologize, Councillor Van Andriesch. Did you want to talk about the new vans, or you want to talk about our existing vans?
I want to talk about new vans.
Okay.
I thought that maybe was justified later, but anyway.
We'll come back to that. Okay, so, and then I guess context is important. So maybe you can follow up with council unless you have that information now, like how that's fluctuated over the years. Is it service level enhancements that have led to more vehicles with more staff driving vehicles, or is it just we're able to replace them with more frequency? 100 non-contract vehicles is one thing, but not having any context to whether that's up or down over the years. and if it is due to, you know, more of the leak detection program that we added a few years ago, or, you know, service level enhancements that required a new vehicle, some follow-up information would be helpful.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor. Oh, sorry, Jordan. I was just going to say that I don't remember my time when new vehicles would show up within our fleet unless they did come through council through the budget system. It's not as if we can grab a pickup truck or two. We do have short-term rentals, so sometimes if a vehicle is down, we will do that to get through. But you are right, everything will come through forward to have in years past through a budget and needed by that department.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I come up with about 88 or 90 pickup trucks based on what's in front of us here. And I guess my question is, I don't know if we have taken a good look, and Mr. Cridland has said they have, so I'll go along with that. But my question is really with the, and I think I come up with 21-ton vehicles. A pickup truck is basically not, it's mainly transportation, and I find that to be a lot of pickup trucks. But the 1-tons are more of a work truck, I'll say that. But my real question is the tandem trucks. And I think, I'm trying to find what page I was on when I saw them. Anyways, there's, I think, a replacement for a bunch of tandems. Here they are, on page 39, if I may. Sure. I think you have 8 tandems replaced. Are all of our tandem trucks equipped with plows? I guess that's number one. Sander plow units? Can somebody answer that?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, Jordan, I believe you're there. I'll turn this to you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, all of our tandem trucks are equipped with a front plow, a wing, and a sander system.
Okay, it'd be nice to know, and I don't, I always, you know, a tandem truck takes a lot of beating, but we don't do surface treatment anymore, so I assume we don't haul any pea gravel or whatever. But what do you use them for mainly in the summer? We don't do any of our own road construction, do we, anymore?
Through the chair, that maybe I'll step in. I'm not sure if Mr. Lambert wants to comment, but from an operational, your first question is, even when we did tar and chip program, the last decade, we contracted the trucks out because our smaller tandems, we were better go to a contracted service with a triaxle. They hauled more payload, and it was a cheaper way to go. As far as that, yes, the tandems are needed for winter control first and foremost. Other than that, there are a host of activities that staff do as far as some gravel on gravel roads, shouldering, ditching, shouldering of the edges, hauling hot mix for patching. So there are a number of summer activities outside of that. And I agree with you, Councillor. It's one of those things where sometimes you need a piece of equipment. You come wintertime, they do need a tandem snowplow to plow. And then sometimes in the summer, yes, you could drive by a yard and a truck may sit for a week. But when we need to haul hot patch, we need them when they're there.
I guess on the same topic then, the 513,000 per unit, that's plow and sander unit, everything equipped?
That is correct.
Okay, and would it be possible when you replace, like, to know the mileage on these vehicles? I suspect it's low.
Pretty operational.
No, I'd like to know though. Yeah. Like, we always used to look at that.
Through the mayor to the councillor, great question. Yeah, we now have the asset management with a life cycle on the vehicles, and every vehicle as well is checked by a mechanic. I guess we get a little mechanical write-up on where they are. But you are correct, some of the tandems perhaps in the town of Simcoe or the urban areas do not have a lot of mileage of them compared to, say, the West End, where they're on 60, 65 kilometer-hour snowplow routes that they go around 3 times a day, so it can vary. Another thing I'll give Jordan and maybe myself some credit for is we've taken those high mileages and we've actually changed tandems. So if we have a tandem, say, in the urban area sitting with 140,000 kilometers, kilometers the same year as one, I'll just say in the west with non-urban areas, like with 400,000, we will switch them. So the one with low mileage, we can get actually a couple more years out of them, and the ones in town that don't get the mileage, try to balance that out. It varies.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Van Passen, then Huffman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 40, I guess, is about where we are. And maybe Mr. Nolan can answer this because he's probably getting bored by now, but we have a budget for a new bus at Norview for $375,000. We also subsidize Ride Norfolk to drive around without people in it. And why do we need to buy our own bus? Couldn't that be contracted to the same buses that are part of Ride Norfolk? And or somebody explain to me why we have to have our own bus there when we have our heavily subsidized Ride Norfolk program.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, the bus at Norview is customized to have much more wheelchair accessibility, walker accessibility than what your Ride Norfolk bus would be. Our majority of our population that do use the Norview bus is, I would tell you there's more people in wheelchairs than there is able to walk on. That's one area. And we do only replace that bus when fleet deems that it is required. So it could be extended, it could be pushed to a later date as well.
Well, I'm sure the bus that we have, if it's on the list, it needs replacing, and I also know the same contractor has the exact same bus with the extra wheelchair lifts and the extra room and all that. And that is my bigger question. Have we investigated whether that could be it's not like, I don't believe the Norview bus runs a steady schedule. I think it's probably a few days a week, not every day, a certain route that they drive around. So is that something that we could contract out to that same contractor, and on certain days of the week that the bus would come to Norview and provide service for us there all day long? Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Van Passen. When we looked at purchasing the new Norview bus several years ago, we did look at all options because the requirement is, as you say, it's not all the time, every day. It is something that was looked at, and the other avenue that the bus design is quite different. The Norview bus actually lowers on one side with a much more unique ramp than what the Ride Norfolk bus that I have seen anyways have. So there is a customization of the Norview bus, but I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying, as far as what I've seen, it's not identical to what the Norview bus is. But I mean, if that's council's direction when it comes time to that, then again, we would look at all options.
Well, if that's the case, Madam Mayor, could that be something that, okay, we'll leave it in the budget, but in the first quarter, have staff come back with the report and look into that option of whether it's possible? Because again, the placeholder will stay, it's funded from the reserves anyway, but before we go out and buy it, let's at least look at whether there's a viable option some other way.
Sure, I see Mr. Nolan's nodding his head, making a note, so is the CAO. Councillor Huffman, then Vanden Drieschie, and we're going to try to go all the way through to page 47 here, and then we'll break for lunch, so.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm on 46. Do you want me to come back? Is 46 okay? I'm just wondering, items at the beginning of the page, the rehabilitation of the Simcoe splash pad and the rehabilitation of the Delhi splash pad, each in 26 at 80,000 and 65,000 respectively. I'm just needing some clarification because I do know that there was a deputation made to council on behalf of the Kinsman Club in Simcoe regarding the Simcoe splash pad. So I'm just wondering, is this money in addition to what they raise, or are we putting in the whole? Can someone on staff explain to me these dollars, and are there community dollars from service groups as well?
Great question, Councillor. Through the mayor, I had the same question. if you scan across to the right side of the page, you'll see how things are funded. And for this, for the Simcoe splash pad, it is 80,000 external funding. That is the money for the Kinsman. So we've worked with the Kinsman group, and that will do the project. So they are covering 100% of that. Then if we go to the Delhi splash pad, that is a Norfolk County funded project, and that is brought on now with, there was some work done, the splash pad in Delhi and the pool share the same, I'll say, water pumps and things like that. That was done, and this is a retrofit to do basically some of the same work that was done, is being done in Simcoe, but the Delhi project is separate, being county funded, as we don't have a community partner to cover the cost on that.
Sorry, Councillor Vanadrishi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. First of all, I'd like to apologize on my naivete. I don't know busing from Norview. What do you, like, who takes the bus and for what purpose, if I can ask that question?
To you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Vanadrishi. So the bus is operated for programs for the residents. It could be going to an event within the county. It could be taking the residents out for an afternoon meal, an evening meal, shopping, many different facets, something that you and I and anybody in the public that we would do, just not even think of it. They're planned programs that go to multiple areas, and they'll take different residents from different home areas. They could take 12 residents from all 8 home areas at one time and then do 2 or 3 of those runs.
Okay. I haven't had a lot of experience with seniors other than my mother when we had to have specialty care, and we paid and we hired taxis that were appropriate for ambulance or for wheelchairs and all that access, but we didn't have a bus there. And I know what I paid a month, and it was at the end close to $10,000. But okay, yeah, if you want the address, I'll give it to you. So anyway, I'm just surprised that we don't use more of contracted busings and things like that. I'm just surprised.
We'll cover that off in a follow-up report. Councillor Breton.
Yeah, just to backtrack on, we did cut out one of the road graders Mr. Cridlin mentioned. That's gone?
One's deferred, not removed. One year out.
Next year?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Van Passen, all the way through to 47?
Let me just go through my whole page here. Page 41 back to, please. The Port Dover Harbor Marina utility vehicle replacement. There's 2 of them. One's for 20,000, one's for 50,000. I think for 50,000, you better buy a pickup truck, not a golf cart. So what is the difference between those two, and why do you need them?
Okay, Councillor, what page?
Page 41, right at the top of the page.
I will do my best here. I see Brian has not left for lunch yet. I believe that there are 2 units there, and one is more of a supply, carrying, picking up garbage, transporting staff from one side of the the marina to the other. And I believe one of those units is a little utility tractor with a back blade to kind of grade the driveways, as well as a bucket for heavier lifting. So I think that is I think that's my understanding of the 2. So Brian, have I put you in a corner there, or prove me wrong if I've said something that isn't truthful here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you're correct, Mr. Cridland. The 2 vehicles on the list, they look identical, like the utility vehicles, but one is a small 4-wheel drive transport vehicle with a small storage area on the back that staff can use to move materials around, clean up garbage, and the other is more of a multi-purpose tractor. The scale that you see in the budget indicates more of the change in use than the titles do.
Thank you. Could I just carry on, or you got
Yep.
more?
No, please.
Page 42, we've got sound system upgrades in the, like 2/3 of the way down in the community centers. I'm hoping that the Victoria Community Center is on that list, and it shouldn't be an upgrade, it should be a replacement.
Madam Mayor, I can answer that truthfully. Yes, Victoria is on there, and they are replacements. We've heard from a lot of our halls that the sound systems are substandards, and I don't have the list. I believe there are 4 of them are being replaced at about $5,000-$6,000 a piece.
Jacob?
Jared.
Sorry. Oh, my gosh.
I
Jacob's
can-
gone, isn't he? He left us. He's still here. Sorry.
I can bail out the GM here. The list of 4 is Waterford, Langton, Port Rowan, and Victoria.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Michelli? Okay. Go ahead.
I got one more yet. It's on page 40, I think. Where are we here? We have a bunch of trailers to replace, and one of them's $200,000. Is that something that I would call a float rather than a trailer?
Madam Mayor, another good question. I discovered that last night in my talks with staff. It does say a trailer, however, it is a trailer with a portable generator, and it is a generator which is mobile. Unfortunately, our community halls and some of our cooling through our emergency management planning, every hall is wired a little different, and they don't have generators. So this mobile, it's a trailer, but the biggest cost is the generator, and it's going to be multi-purpose. I think in the past, I'm probably going too much detail, but the generator, electrician have to come in and hook it up, different hookups, because every hall was a little different. This can be pre-standard, so if we go to Port Rowan, it's hooked up. If we go to Langton, it's hooked up. So it is actually a generator and trailer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Madam Mayor, I need a clear understanding of where we're at with the Teeterville property, the Women's Institute Hall, and the other assets that are on the rest of that property. Can we get a staff report? I think it's very important, a staff report on where we're at with that.
Yep, you already provided that direction earlier when it came
Okay.
up, so we will have that return.
We did, okay, good. I just want to make sure, because I'll be getting the calls.
Okay. All the way through to 47 before we break for lunch, Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, I apologize again, Madam Mayor, but I'll call it page 43, but the tennis courts and park in Victoria was on the budget last year. It's been locked up since. It's not in this year. Is that still just a last year's project that's not complete yet? What is the status of that?
Through Madam Mayor to yourself, Councillor. Yes, that should have been tendered last year and completed. I think there was a little, I wouldn't say confusion, but staff held back a bit with the master plan coming forward. And as of this morning, Mark Bowe, the superintendent of Parks East, have told me that that will be tendered in January. So it will be a construction project in 2026, funded from a 2025 budget.
Yeah, 'cause I thought they had applied for a grant, and they were waiting to see if they received the grant, so they couldn't start on it, and then they were not successful, so.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. I forgot that aspect. We were waiting, and time we'd heard from the grant, I think it was going to the late summer, and we're just going to do it this year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also on page 42. Second from the bottom, we have an interior revitalization for the Port Rowan Community Center. That's scheduled for 2028. I'm just wondering if maybe staff, probably Michael, can comment on whether or not we could maybe move some of that up. I do get comments from residents now and have for the last couple of years that there are some parts of the building that could use some updating much sooner than that. Things like the stairs that go up to the stage and some of the areas at the back of the building.
Through Madam Mayor, I'm see Michael's there. I will wait. If not, I will attempt to answer. Okay. There he is. Okay, thanks, Michael.
Sorry, I missed that question. I apologize.
Yeah, Michael, I'm asking about the Port Rowan Community Center interior revitalization. It's scheduled for 2028. There are a few items there that I, feel maybe can't wait that long.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, I think that's we do have some a major project occurring in Port Rowan Community Center next year. There's some potential that we could make some minor alterations depending on what the desired scope is there.
Thank you, Michael. That's good news.
Councillor Duthie.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'm actually and I apologize for this because I didn't see it before, but jumping back to 33, it is the bleacher replacement at Talbot Gardens Arena. I guess I'm curious. I feel like this was planned to have been done sooner, and it's been bumped, and perhaps maybe bumped again. So I'm curious the reason why they are in rough shape and increasingly so. Can I get some info on that?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor to the councillor. I age myself here, but I think about back in 2017, 2018, we had some serious concerns with the structural part of the seating, and they were concrete walls with a concrete pad. The seat sat on top, but it was a hollow void underneath. So there was some settlement in then. So we brought an engineer in. What we ended up doing is filling that void full of pea stone and grouting it. So if the concrete was to collapse, it could go nowhere, drop a half an inch versus 10 feet. So then staff looked at that point of changing the seating, because you are correct. There's some folks out there that do love the seating. It's historical. It's what they like, what they think of Talbot Gardens. Others, it's, from accessibility point, it's not that great. I don't think they're that wide. They're not that comfortable. Staff do struggle to find parts and pieces to these. So this has been a budget item to replace the seating at the same time as, probably like we did in the work in Dover this year when we did the rink board and floors. But with the facilities review and not knowing, this has been kicked down to answer your question, has been kicked down the calendar for a number of years. I think it's probably 6 or 7 years that this Talbot work has been put off.
Thanks. I guess from my perspective, it looks terrible, no question, and you see them, they're all bent out of shape, or they're broken, or they're, and I think staff do a good job of reviewing them and getting out the bad ones. But there's not only an accessibility issue there, but there is a safety component. What is the plan? Like, we can't keep pushing this down the path. We've done that several times already.
Through the Mayor, I think the plan would be, if you're on the top of page 33, I believe I've caught up with you here. The plan is to move ahead in have these budgeted in 2027, which would be approved a year from now, and construction would be in 2027.
I just don't want to see it pushed down the field any further.
Councillor Brunton.
Just on that same issue, and I was here when we decided to drill down and put the pea gravel and everything in, but we found out later that, I don't know if everybody's aware, but there was a 6-inch lift put on over the seats structurally. And if you go in the arena, you'll see it. And we found out later that we really didn't need to do the pea gravel and grout. That was brought to light when we found nobody had the drawings for the building. And we found out. So anyways, I think it's important that the seating does go ahead. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, Brian had his hand up for the original question from Councillor Duffy, and I didn't see it to the end.
Brian?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, just wanted to add some additional context in there. Staff in the recreation section are also working on the implementation of the recreation master plan, and one of the first reports we'll be coming back with was some concepts and considerations around a twin pad facility, and there were some decisions made about Talbot Arena in the recreation master plan as well. So this project kind of fits under the general heading that we've been talking about during this meeting of how much money are we going to spend on a facility where the ownership or its usage might change. So in the interim, the projects remain in the budget, but depending on decisions made from those other facility reports, this project could be adjusted.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. When we started, I think Mr. Cridland, we've pulled one grader out of the 2026 budget, and if Councillor Duthie would like to move a motion to move the engineering to 2026 so that they can be installed in 27 and move it ahead by a year, that won't really affect the capital budgets and the levy for this year. If you want to push the item, I'd be happy to support that, Mr. Duthie. So.
Madam Mayor, with your permission, thank you, Councillor Van Passen. I think that's a good idea. I hadn't considered. I would make said motion.
Page 33.
Page 33, 5 or 6 items down.
That is the bleacher
533
replacement?
2618.
Okay, and you're moving 262.
Into 2026.
Can I get a, okay, so that's a motion, so they're moved. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Brunton, can I get a comment from Finance?
Through the chair, sorry, can we just get a confirmation on the project? This is the bleacher
Bleachers,
replacement?
yep.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry for the confusion.
Sorry, comment from a CAO while you're getting organized, and then I'd like a finance comment.
Through you, Madam Chair, the only thing I'm going to say about this one is coming out of the deliberations in regards to the recreation master plan, there is an outstanding item for staff to return back in regards to the possibility in a business case on a multi-pad arena. And so we will certainly, if it's council's direction, move the 262 for the preliminary work on the bleacher replacement, but under the same proviso that we've been saying in regards to some of our older buildings and some of our buildings that might not be core to our portfolio holding. We'll put it into 2026. However, depending on the decision that council makes on the future of a possible multi-pad arena, that might impact whether we would move forward with that or not.
Finance.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the opportunity to comment. This project is funded by the Facilities Reserve. Looking at the reserve continuity schedule in the back of the plan, we believe we can accommodate this moving it forward, but we appreciate the opportunity to accommodate because obviously as the long-term strategy progresses, we are still going to be ramping up into that full life cycle costing, and so it's important to always monitor when we're either adding projects or pulling things forward, whether there's going to be adverse impacts from that.
Sorry, for clarity, what are the impacts to moving this project up 1 year, 262,000 into this year, whereas we would be saving for it for 2027, or spending in 2027, allocating in 2026?
Yeah, through the chair. Obviously, with each passing year, we're going to be able to contribute more to our facilities reserve fund. In this case, I'm looking at the continuity schedule in the back of the document, and there's an uncommitted balance at 2027 of over $8 million. So I believe moving the 262,000 forward is going to be a relatively immaterial impact to that amount.
I understand what you're saying. Thanks. Okay. Councillor Van Passen, we're in debate and discussion on the motion.
Well, if whether we move this ahead and get it done that should have been done 5 years ago is contingent on us building a quad pad arena, then we'd better get it done in 2026.
Any other debate on this motion? I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Anyone else? All the way through to 47. Last 30 seconds, and then we're going to break for lunch. All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Responsibility policy. Visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests, depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
「 Norfolk County Public Transportation System. 」 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 Norfolk County Public Transportation System.   Norfolk County Public Transportation System.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's garden. It's time you came home to it.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud. Unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kaliokoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management. I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with. Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming.
Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance. They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here, and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the community.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade, and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home.
I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scotland and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scotland is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to Council Chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for Council to call your name when it's time to present. When Council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing in the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons, and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R
Welcome back, everyone. We are picking up on corporate services, starting on page 48, 49. Basically 49 and 50. Councillor Duthie?
I am really just curious, and I know that we have to do it, but is there a, in the IT replacement program, so is that just simply new computers? Is it software? Is it?
So thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Duthie. That is our regular annual IT replacement. So it is computers, desktops, laptops, cell phones, iPads, all of the technology that we use across the corporation.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a quick question. For all the things that we have and they've come to their end of life use, do they go for sale? And is there any report to tell me, like even the pickup trucks and everything, is there a report that comes out and says how much you've gotten for these used items?
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you to Councillor Van Andrieschie. We clear them. So we take all of the data off of them and then we recycle what they can, because by the time our technology gets to the end of its useful life, it is shut down. So we're talking laptops that won't hold a battery charge anymore, you know, that sort of thing. So we really do use them right through to the end of their useful life.
Councillor Huffman. Oh. Anyone else? Okay. Carrying on. Emergency and Social Services. The summary is on 51. And let's go from 52 to 57. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 52, there's a new paramedic station. Page 54, it's the new fire station. Is there any way to sort of merge those plans and sort of get that done as one project? Because you know, it really would be nice if all those stations were at the same locations, that we can get some joint use of some facilities and infrastructure and all that. And just a thought, I guess.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can certainly start. With the approval of Council's facilities master plan and the approval of looking for multi-use EMS and fire stations, as a next step, now that we've got a bit of a roadmap for the next few years or the next decade or so in terms of new facilities, that is one of the things that we're looking at, is aligning some of those construction timelines with budget timelines and looking for efficiencies in terms of building some of the things together. And as per the approval through the master plan, we will be back to council with an update on those schedules and how we are going to be proposing to build them and when and for what cost. So that is certainly on our radar.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, because I think we've also got like Simcoe and Delhi are coming up with the same two builds in the next 10 years, and you know, so it just makes a lot of sense to have them together. So.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a point regarding the paramedic services station in Waterford. We've got $230,000 in 27 and then $2,300,000 in 28. Just want to make a point that this was on the books prior to me being elected to council, and it's been punted down the road and no action has been taken on it, and it's disappointing.
Okay, Public Works, summary on 58, and it goes all the way through to 71. Oh, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just wanted to note as we get into the Public Works section that during preparation of the draft document, one project was inadvertently omitted during development, so we were just going to recommend that Council add this project to ensure that the plan reflects the intended priorities. It would fall on page 65, and it is for Park Road. I believe Darnell will give more information when we get there, but just a reminder for page 65.
Okay, I had that listed. Let's do everything up until page 65. Councillor Columbus, before 65?
Yes, I still had one with respect to emergency services, the fire apparatus. And are we moving quickly on sourcing Canadian product versus product that's built in the U.S.? Is that what these prices are based on that we've got in front of us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Councillor Columbus. We have updated our purchasing policy. As council is aware, we have council approved adjusted spending limits. We continue to need to work within the legislative framework for procurement that we have. So, and we continue to monitor legislative changes that are coming from upper levels of government and making adjustments locally where we can. We still continue to work within the boundaries of the trade agreements that we're in. So, and some of those do prohibit giving preference based on geographic location.
Thank you for the update.
Councillor Brunton.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm on page 59. Am I too far ahead?
No, go ahead.
Oh. The sidewalk replacement, that's near the bottom of the page on 59. It's $228,000 for this coming year. Is that, I guess a question to staff, is that adequate? Are we getting, like I noticed a lot of red marks on the sidewalks and warnings and that. Are we covering a good lot of ground with that amount of money?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, the $228,000 would allow us to do some major sections of sidewalk. So right now on scope, there would be another section at Duncombe, section at King Lane. There's a section on Peel Street. We'll have some provisional items. There's Town Line in St. Williams. But that capital budget deals with some major lengths of sidewalks, and we certainly work with our operations team in roads where they'll do small bay repairs. There's certainly a fair number of deficient sidewalks in and around, as you've probably noticed. Could certainly use more in the budget, but right now, trying to balance workload and resources that we have internally to move these projects, this is sufficient.
Per square meter? Is that how you bid it?
Through you, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, also on page 59, the roundabouts. I will say, actually pleased to see this. Projects halfway down the page, 553-2823 and 047. I am curious though, there's a gap. So there's funding for 2026, nothing for 27, and then the bulk of it then in 28. And I'm just curious if there's some comment from finance as to why there is that. I'm just not typically used to seeing that.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's probably better directed to me. For the $350,000, if you may recall the report that we brought forward to council, the recommendation was to continue to monitor the intersection to confirm its absolute time of need. So the $350,000 allows us at least to advance the engineering, determine if land purchase is required for that project. But right now we're kind of hedging our bets that 2028 may be the time of need, but we'll report back when that's confirmed.
Anyone else? Councillor Brunton.
Page 60, if I may. What is the Cedar Park Stormwater Facility Cleanout, $425,000? Where's that?
Through you, Madam Chair, Cedar Park is in the Waterford area, just west of Washington. There's a subdivision in there that's about 12 years old. I believe that pond has reached about that age, and so that would be time to clean that pond out.
Must be big. Is it fair size then, or?
It's actually not that big, but the cost for removal, hauling, and the amount of sediment that's in there is what's driving that cost.
Okay, and the last one on the next page, what is the Hay Marsh reassessment on page 61 under drainage engineering and construction? The very first one, 600,000.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I can certainly take that one away and get back to you on that one. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Is the Cedar Park that same location where we're putting in a recreation park as well? Because I also thought, where is that?
No, that's not at the same location.
Okay, all right. We'll get to that later anyways. Thanks. All right, we are moving forward. So we're on page 65. Darnell, do you want to comment on Park Road?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. We've certainly looking for a motion to add Park Road back in. It was a bit of an oversight. There had been some dialogue back and forth in the development of the budget. The plan for Park Road would be to resurface a fair segment of it, but there's also been a request for consideration of how to improve walkability on that section of road from the Queensway at least up to Toyotetsu. Right now we are looking at paving the shoulder, probably on the east or west side, haven't figured that out yet, and creating a bit of a walking platform, maybe similar to what you see when you're coming into Port Dover by the No Frills, and at least making a better pedestrian connection down to the Queensway. So if there could be a motion to add that project in, that would be greatly appreciated.
What about lighting?
So through you, Madam Chair, lighting is actually looked after. We're in discussions with Hydro One and near completion on the engineering details for it, and hopeful that the additional lights that would be required along there, there's about 4. There's a small section in the middle, would be installed early 2026.
And we don't have the proper staff here to speak to it, but what about transit bus stop? Did that get considered and looped in? That was the 3-part request.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take it as a action item and I'll get back to council with an answer on that.
Okay, Councillor Duthie.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just simply out of an abundance of caution, I'll declare a conflict on this as my office is located on that strip.
No problem. All right, staff are looking for a motion. Councillor Huffman moving or?
Sorry.
Councillor Van Andriesch moving? Sure. Okay, Councillor Huffman, then Van Andriesch for questions. Councillor Brunton, your mic is on.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. We're adding the Park Road resurfacing in. Is there a dollar allotment so I can write it in my book?
Yep, Darnell.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I believe it's around 350,000.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Columbus, thanks. Councillor Huffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I've gone through this a couple times and I haven't seen it. Maybe I've missed it, but there is one street in particular in Waterford that I am beyond shocked that is not on here, and that is Temperance Street West. It is in extremely bad shape. It's unbelievable. And I've talked to staff about it over the years, and I just am wondering if anyone can answer why a street in such bad repair is not on this list.
Okay, I will come back to that after we finish up this motion. So this is the staff recommendation to add in Park Road $350,000 for the 2026 capital budget, or do we need to do two years engineering plus? No? Okay. All right. So moved by Councillor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Debate and discussion? just jump in and add my 2 cents. This was actually a request coming out of an economic development meeting that was had very, very early on in this term with Toyotatsu for worker retention and transportation of employees, safety, because a lot of them ride their bikes or walk up and down the road. So this is a short-term fix that should have been in the capital budget, but at least we'll get something paved on a shoulder and create some barriers for some safety and lighting, and the CAO will look into potential bus route or not, but glad to see that this is being added back in, so I will be supporting it. I will call the question. All in favor? That is carried, and Councillor Duthie did not vote. We'll welcome him back. And then Temperance Street.
Through you, Madam Chair, I've heard the question. I will get back to you as to why it's not in the forecast.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? Page 65 through to 71. Councillor Columbus.
Page 62, there's a number of projects which will be seeing construction in 2026. And just wondering if I could ask Darnell, are we going to move quickly to get these tenders out as soon as possible so that we can get better prices come spring?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I think that is one thing actually the staff do quite well. There's a couple that are actually out on the street right now. And there's a number that are in the queue to move out. I can certainly say resourcing has become a bit of an issue. I think as mentioned by the finance team, through the asset management plan, we've moved a fair number of projects into the forecast. And while I have a fairly mighty and strong team, we're tapping at the limit of our resources. But yes, we do like to get them out early because we certainly get favorable pricing, and I think you've seen that in some of our resurfacing as well. We like to get that out on the street early in the spring.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 66, and I know it's a few years out, but the first one is Hillcrest Road Concession 8 to Highway 3. And then a little bit down, we have another project, Hillcrest Road Concession 8 to Highway 3. And I know it's bad, but do we really have to fix it twice?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I've actually flagged that in the budget book, and no, we don't need to do it twice. So the one that sits out in 2032 could be removed.
Anyone else? Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Darnell, maybe I missed it, and I apologize if I have. I've read this a few times now, but we've talked about this area a few times. Thorncliffe Road in Simcoe, and I can't remember, is it Windermere that sort of connects to it? They're in really rough shape, and I'm also surprised that I don't see them here. Can you maybe just, unless I'm missing it?
Through you, Madam Chair, is that Warncliffe Road and which other one?
Thorncliffe.
Thorncliffe.
That's up off of behind Emmanuel Bible Church by Canadian Tire, up that area, off of Berkeley. That's right.
Sorry, and the question is, why is it not in the forecast?
Correct.
Then I will get back to you on that. Similar to the Temperance Street in Waterford.
Councillor Brunton, then Van Passen.
Page 69 under parking lots. So I'm clear, the 2 parking lots that were planned for 2025 are still on the go then, Argyle and Talbot Street? They're still in the works?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Page 68, about 3/4 of the way down, we still have the Victoria Dam in there for like $2 million. Is that for the dam or is that for the bridge?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, that's for the bridge. Okay. The dam, as we know, is already coming out slowly.
Yeah, the dam, they're going to draw it down. Actually got a good grant from the feds for $600,000 to help with that. So thank you.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. To Darnell, Page 69 at the bottom, you've got Port Dover Community Center parking lot. That's great. Are we going to make sure that the tenants know that, though? Because we do have regular users, right? Lions in the senior center. Is something going to be well in advance to them?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Page 70 and 71. Okay, requisitions from boards and agencies. Summary is on 72. Budget on 73 and 74. Councillor Van Passen.
Just like to go back to some of these projects that we just covered and point out again that the surface treatment program for the entirety of rural Norfolk County is about $2.3 million. And, you know, one urban block is anywhere from 2 to 5 million. That's that equity that we talk about once in a while, right? So.
I was surprised actually at the Park Street, around Powell Park, the cost. I don't know if you noticed that, Councillor Berry. For a short little road, it's just Main to St. Andrew, but those were both over 400,000. Okay, moving on, thank you. Sure, we got an update on the bus shelter for Park Road.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and through you to council. The question was, where are we with the bus shelter in and around the employment area on Park Road? Staff have finalized the location in terms of a concrete pad and shelter. They have spoken to the major employer in the area, and they're finalizing a formal agreement and determining the best course of action in terms of procurement. So it is in process and will be done later in early 2026.
Thank you. We're on 73 and 74. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. The bottom of page 73, the requisitions from LPRCA with all the dams. I did talk to the treasurer earlier this morning and gave her a copy. LPRCA, we did a draft of the budget last week, and the numbers don't quite line up, so they're going to double check with the LPRCA staff to, I think there's going to be some savings on these from what I see on the other side. So,
okay, thanks. All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so let's move along to the business case section. Some of this we've already heard about or touched on, but correct me if I'm wrong, staff, they're in and you've accounted for them as approved unless we remove them. Okay. So we're on page 76. It's the Norfolk County Strategic Priority Update. I did want to raise this myself. I know it's kind of a rite of passage for each new council to do. I myself, having gone through 2 of them, just feel like times are so tough that really the focus should be on serving and sustaining, period. I don't want to rob the new council of an experience, but it's also pretty straightforward. These budgets are bare bones infrastructure, maintenance of assets, and I would anticipate that they're going to continue to be. So I guess I was looking for staff to kind of make a sales pitch on why this is so critical. We did it ourselves and came out with empowering, building, connecting, serving, sustaining Norfolk. I can't imagine a new term of council is going to have something entirely different, but I'm open to a pitch if you have it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the intent is every 4 years with the new term of council, we would give the incoming council an opportunity to redefine their priorities for the next 4 years. Part of what we were looking as well is an opportunity with the new term of council to look at some branding opportunities, a rebranding of Norfolk County. Is it time for us to look at some of those things? And so it's in there as a placeholder. If you see every 4 years, there's an additional opportunity for each term of council to be able to re-identify and re-strategically prioritize their objectives for the next 4 years to provide staff with a roadmap. So that's why it's in there.
Councillor Duffy.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you, to be fair, I think you've raised an excellent point. We're not in a position right now where we need to be changing all the goals, and while I wouldn't want to handcuff the next term of council, I think it's relatively straightforward what we need to do. There will be things that will be dealt with through these budget processes outside of the strategic priority setting. And I take the CEO's comments, but a rebrand is likely necessary, but good luck doing it for 36 grand. So I'm not with you on that one.
All right, so no further comments. It stays in, or Councillor Duffy?
I would make a motion to remove it.
Okay, thanks. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Huffman. Debate and discussion on the topic. Councillor Van Passen.
You want to remove it from 2026 and slide it down the line into 27, or just eliminate it completely? Thank you.
Motion is a complete removal. Any debate, discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor of removal? That's carried. Thank you. Page 77, video surveillance program. Are there any questions on this one? Okay, how about 78, Councillor Berry?
Yeah, thank you. I guess my question is how many, like it's 1 year, so useful life of 1 year, I guess. How many crimes are we going to prevent with $150,000?
Through the chair to the councillor, that may be a clerical error.
What am I looking? Am I looking at the wrong one? Could be here.
No, you're right. It does say that, but I think Jared's saying that it shouldn't say that.
I'm guessing that's supposed to say 10 instead of 1, and the zero's missing.
CAO confirming.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. The useful life would be much more than 1 year for our cameras. In terms of crimes prevention, I mean, this is all part of our comprehensive strategy to enhance our security, deterrence, help with our insurance premiums, things of that sort, help us when there are incidents in order to be able to identify the culprit and help bring those individuals to justice. But it's all part of a comprehensive plan to increase our security corporate-wide.
No, that's all good. It's just the 1 year kind of threw me for that much money, but fair enough. Thank you.
All right, page 78, the LED street lighting retrofit program. Councillor Brunton.
I'm still on the page 77 here for a minute. I'm looking at the list of what we are going to do, I guess, in the coming year, and I question some of the facilities, like they're seasonal. Lions Park, for example. What's going to happen up there all winter that we're concerned about? I guess could we cut that in half for this year?
Michael?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, sure. Some of these buildings on the docket for next year would be classified as seasonal, but that does not prevent unwanted activities throughout the year. So I think the intent would be to protect our facility assets as well as the operators, but certainly the cameras would be needed throughout the year, not just during operations.
Oh, I realize that. I'm just wondering if we could do half this year and cut out the parks, maybe put them into 27.
Brian, do you have something to add?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right, we're moving on. LED street lighting retrofit program. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. And maybe Michael can refresh my memory, but I think we've been doing this as an ongoing thing We didn't do any in 2025 because we doubled up in 2024 that was the last year they had grants available for it. So it's not really a new program, we're just re-implementing what used to be there, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the LED street lighting program, we originally started with the Cobra Head style LED street lights. Those were majorly done in 2015. So we have recently started this program, the LED street lighting retrofit program. This is separate. This is more the decorative style, the downtown lighting, the what we call top hat style LEDs, or street lights. These were in the 2020, they stem from the 2024 Energy Conservation Plan. We do have a project in for 2025, and we have some downtown lighting in Simcoe that is going to be replaced to LED. But that being said, we do have a number of years, I believe 4 or 5 years of replacements to occur.
Any other questions on LED? Okay, page 79 is the weather stations tree planting conservation strategy. Page 80, we've already discussed at length this morning. Is there anything else to add or question here? All right, 81 is the backflow. It's already in there, Councillor Vanandrishi.
Wait, why is it there in the first place? When I look at all other arenas or other facilities, but you bring it up separately here, is that because it's what? I just like to know why you brought it up there. Why do you isolate one project? I'm taking offense to it, is why.
Through the mayor to the councillor, hopefully you do not need to take offense. It is highlighted in the back here when it's a new project, so not an asset renewal. We provide the business case for the projects in the current year, just so that there's more details for council to know as to what's planned.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation.
All right, let's quickly move along. Page 81, backflow prevention program. Go ahead.
I guess where I'm reading this, why is this not in the rate budget? I know there are buildings, but it's water, it's for backflow in the water system, is it not?
Sounds like we'll be getting back to you on that one. Page 82, Councillor Duthie.
Just really briefly, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Delhi Admin building is open to the public, but the Culver building is not, correct? Yeah. I guess I'm just curious why we need a PA system for safety and security reasons in that building.
If I understood the question, the Culver Street building, yes, presently fire hall, some paramedics, HR, and IT. But I think with the HR division, there would be members from the public coming for interviews, things like that. That aspect would bring public into the building.
Heidi?
Thank you, Mayor Martin, and through you to Councillor Duthie. I would just also note that we use the PA system if there is an emergency situation happening outside of the building that requires the occupants of the building to shelter in place. So it's for both emergencies happening within the building, but are also around the surrounding properties. So it would be important for occupational health and safety, I would suggest, to have a PA system in all of our buildings where staff are working, as well as where members of the public are present.
Page 83, renewable energy feasibility study. And 84 is the conversions of fleet. '85 and '86. '87, '88. Councillor Brunton.
Yeah, this 500,000, do we not have some kind of vehicle identification now? This is to expand it, is it, or am I reading this right?
Yes,
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, the councillor, I will turn it over to Jordan to explain the ins and outs. But you are correct, council was, gave staff the ability or authorized us to go to the Geotab AVL system, I guess about a year and a half, maybe a year ago. And this has greatly increased our ability to, for a lot of things, tracking vehicles. You know, public complaints come in about a truck speeding. We can zone in, go into the computer and say, well, it was or it wasn't, and then we were able to discipline on that. So this would be the next system. This system we have with the AVL now can do a lot of things, and I'll turn it over to Jordan to talk about all of the benefits that this next step would do for us if council agrees.
Thanks, Bill, and through the mayor to the councillor. This is actually an addition to Geotab, which we already have. The proposal would include tablets and swipe devices. So using our proximity cards for our ID badges to get into buildings, we would be able to track our drivers' hours of service digitally, giving us some easier compliance with the Ministry of Transportation. It would give the ability for our operators to do their daily inspections through tablets, so it's all paperless. It'd be tracked virtually and stored, just freeing up some storage and some man time, physically sorting out that paperwork, as well as expanding into the off-road side of our equipment. So we do plow with some loaders and graders, which currently do not have Geotab installed in them.
How many, like, what vehicles do you have now? Like your tandems and all, where are they installed already?
Currently, all of our vehicles on the road are pickup trucks, cars, our low beds or 1-tons, tandem singles. Essentially everything plated with the exception of fire EMS at this point are geotabbed.
Okay, and who monitors it?
These managers and supervisors have access to their group of vehicles. So once a vehicle is inputted, it gets labeled to a group. So each manager, director, and supervisor would have access on different levels for reports, as well as myself and fleet for administration.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
On this same item, how do you evaluate the payback on this $500,000 investment? Like, I know you might get lower insurance rates, but what else can you factor into the situation?
Through the mayor to the councillor, in litigation or in a lawsuit, we have the ability to determine our salt rates if our plows were up and down. So if we were accused of not salting an intersection and created an incident, we'd be able to prove our due diligence that we were there. So I guess effectively through lawsuit.
Is there any lower cost system that you've looked at compared to this one?
When we went out last year to get approval on Geotab, this was the most cost-effective means for us, and we utilized the cooperative purchasing group for this. With the addition of the cost, I should add that this includes the tablets and the mounts for them to do their inspections as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, 87 through to 90. '91 to '95. 96 through to 100. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I want to ask a little bit more about the Cultural Plan and Archaeological Management Plan, which is on page 100. I know Ms. Cull touched on this earlier, and I appreciated the feedback. I am still a little curious about it, but the justification report talks about compliance. So can I get further clarification on what that actually looks like? Are we behind? Is it a hard deadline? What's that look like?
Through the mayor to Councillor Duthie. So I guess it assists us in terms of compliance. It's not something there's actually a set date that we have to have it done by. Other municipalities, for example, Haldeman Counties is underway, but it's not like we're going to get punished if it's not done this time. It just kind of provides greater clarity in terms of protecting the archaeological and cultural resources. So it's kind of another tool in the development toolbox, I would say. But no, I want to be clear. It's not like if we don't do it, we'll get punished or something like that.
Thank you. I don't know. I'm actually somewhat curious to hear from my colleagues here because I'm not totally sold on this one at this moment in time. So for the sake of the discussion, I would move to remove it.
Okay, sure. Moved by Councillor Duthie. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Van Andrieschi. Councillor Berry, go ahead.
Sorry, I had a question. Am I still able to ask staff a question, even though it's already?
Sorry, on this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, Alicia, can you be sort of a bit more specific about what the benefit is to having this then? Just if we're talking about it, like I understand, you mentioned earlier sort of, red tape. Like what is the benefit to this expense, if there is one, specifically?
Sure, through the mayor. So the benefit, I would say, again, about the red tape. So a developer comes in, for example, with a subdivision. Right now, we go through the provincial screening tool to determine whether an archaeological assessment is required or not. Typically, we will almost always require a stage 1 just because we don't have very much information about our archaeological resources. So what this would do is provide greater clarity in terms of whether it's required or not just for developers, but for county-initiated projects as well that involve construction. So that would be the benefit of this plan.
Sorry to interject. You said we require the usually a stage 1.
Yes. So planning is required under the provincial planning statement to ensure archaeological resources are protected. So in order to do that, a stage 1.
The province requires it.
We're
We
required
fulfill
to
okay.
carry that out for them. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that. So these stage 1s that the county may have to do for our own projects down the road that you just mentioned, what is the cost of a stage 1?
Through the mayor, I don't actually know the exact cost of what that is. My understanding is a few $1,000s.
Okay, so I guess that's where I'm going, is if really then it's a developer tool, which is fine, but the county benefit is a few $1,000s at a time. Like it's going to take us a long time to make up the actual benefit to the taxpayers if we're talking about county projects, correct-ish? Like, I mean, a few $1,000s, I don't know what that means. Does that mean 5 or does that mean 50? I don't know. But my point is, like, where does it become a recovery that was a worthwhile investment on behalf of taxpayers is my question.
Yep, that's a fair point.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I also can't see the real need for this project. Individual developers, individual property owners, the cost to do an assessment is anywhere from, on a single lot, maybe $10,000. One developer is complaining it's an estimated $7.5 million to do his property, and everywhere in between. So to do a thorough investigation of Norfolk County, there's no way you're ever going to do it for $250,000. So like all you'd have here is a nice book that says that we tried, and give them $250,000, and that's about as far as you get. So if it will yield no significant useful information to begin with, why start spending 1 cent on it? So I'd be happy to support removal of this one.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Duthie, second by Councillor Van Andrieschi. Can I call the question? All in favor of removal? Carried unanimously, thank you. Page 101 through to 105. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you. I'm looking at page 103, and this is the accessibility design guidelines update. I guess I'm curious, how necessary is this, and is this not something that we could handle in-house?
So thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Duthie, I would say that this update is necessary to make sure that we continue to be compliant with the AODA and the Ontario Building Code. I think in terms of in-house, I'm not certain that we would have the capacity or the level of technical subject matter expertise to make sure that it's done to the fullest scope. We have one person who works who, as part of their portfolio, is accessibility. So I think this is a pretty significant project that we would want to get external support with.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. Back through to Heidi. Who does the assessment then?
Sorry, Councillor, could you just repeat that
You said
for me?
external, like who does this $30,000 get paid to do this assessment?
Thank you. So through the mayor to Councillor Berry, we would do a procurement and we would secure a consultant to do an update to the accessibility design guidelines.
So, okay, so I mean, I'm just spitballing here, forgive me if I'm out of line, but is this not something that we could ask, at least check in with NACL or Community Living Access to see if they have someone on staff that can come do this? Like, I don't know how intense this is, so if I'm way out on that, but I just feel like there's got to be people that deal with this every day that are good community partners that can help us with this, no?
So, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Berry, certainly we can look at various kinds of partnerships in the community. I think when we're looking at accessibility, we're looking at physical accessibility, accessibility from lots of different lenses. So when looking for someone to lead this project, we would need to make sure that their scope of technical expertise, subject matter expertise, would encompass all of that. It could be one of our not-for-profit partners, or it could be a consultant. We would be using a procurement process to make sure that we get someone to do the work who can meet the full scope of the work that we need to have done.
Okay, it's important work, so if that's the way to go, then fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen, then Van Andrieschi.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Again, this is one of those ones I don't understand. If we don't have staff who is capable of checking to see that we are compliant with the current provincial policies, that also must mean that we don't have any staff that knows how to implement or regulate this as well. So you can't have it both ways. So I don't think it's all that complicated to just check to see if the province made any changes in the last 5 years, and if they did, make sure you put them into our little guidebook and go from there. I don't think there's a need for a consultant to come in to do that. So.
Councillor Van Andrieschi and then Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. It's a guideline, so it's actually a booklet of sorts to tell you that. Does the province not lay out the guidelines already, or how does that work? Or do they have an expectation that it's unique to each municipality?
Through the mayor to Councillor Van Andrieschi, certainly there is legislation that we have to follow. So we would be looking to update the design guidelines that we have for projects to make sure that the projects that we undertake meet the legislative requirements.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would put forward a motion to remove this one. I think that we have a very capable, qualified, competent staff member, and if we perhaps pair them up with a summer student and some of our community partners, we could probably take care of this. I think it is certainly important work, but I'm not sure that I would want to spend the money on a consultant to come in and do it for us.
And thank you for taking action and moving the item forward. Is there a seconder? Councillor Barry, discussion and debate. All in favor of removal? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That leads us to 104. Yeah, 104, sorry, I was just blanking there, through to 110. Councillor Van Passen.
Page 107, the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and we review this every year and we go over it, and has anything changed other than the fact that we just changed the dates from 2025? We'll start it on 2026 and end it in 2036, and now we've got our new 10-year plan, because we got to review it every year, and if there's some drastic change in policy or anything, we can make adjustments as we go through, but we don't really need to spend $50,000 on a consultant to change the dates that the plan is good for.
Through the Madam Mayor, to Councillor Van Passen, one of the obligations, we do have to do a community consultation as well, required by the Ministry of Municipal Housing and Affairs.
Is that like public open houses and comments? Okay. I know how those go, so that should be easy to fit in with our current staff, right?
Councillor Barry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I see here that it's a legislatively required long-term study. Fair enough, we have to do one. So my question is this just what it costs, or is there one that we can, how robust is this on the scale of the bare minimum requirement versus the Cadillac of studies? Like, what I'm wondering is, yeah, okay, so we have to do one. Can we do one that's less intensive and save a few bucks?
Through the Madam Mayor to Councillor Barry, this is the cost of the study that we've, the cost of the process that we have currently, and that's what we budgeted for. Mm-hmm. So there is no other thing that we have that we could go at this point, having knowledge that we could go any less money.
Okay, so this is the bare bones one. Okay, thank you.
Any direction on this, or are we moving forward? We're moving forward. Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I'm on page 109 here, and I just want to get clarification on the multi-function brush cutter arm, $575,000. I know it's coming out of your equipment reserve by the looks of it, but you have 3 of them now, am I correct? And this is only the purchase of one to go on those vehicles? I assume the arms are going on the existing vehicles, or is it a separate unit altogether and vehicle? Somebody answer.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Right now, I would say you have light-duty arms that are out there that are trying to do a heavy-duty task, and so this arm here, I believe it gets mounted on a loader on the front and is much more durable and robust for dealing with the brush cutting on the sides of the roads. Because we're using more light-duty equipment, they're in for a lot of repairs, and so the intent here is to move to a heavier-duty piece of apparatus to do better brush cutting along the sides of the roads.
Yeah, I guess it's going on an existing loader, the way I read it. And that's for one brush cutter, $575,000?
Yeah, these are pretty significant rotary head brush cutters.
I'm familiar with the equipment. I just wondered, gee, I didn't realize one was $575,000. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, Jordan has his hand up. I think he may have some supplement information.
Sure. Sorry,
about
my
that.
laptop's in front of you. Go ahead, please, Jordan.
Through the mayor to the councillor, these are actually not loader mounted arms. These are separate units. They're fully equipped units for brush cutting. So they come with a brusher arm, a brusher head. They have separate hydrostatic drive units. So they're completely isolated new additional units that will not be cross-functional through other seasons. The purpose of this would be to improve the service level by having a more robust brusher program with dedicated units to it.
So I guess, so I'm clear, it comes as a separate operating unit, and that we're not hooking this onto one of the two loaders or the farm tractor.
Through the mayor, correct. Yes, it's completely separate.
So it's 575 for one. Holy mackerel. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll ask Jordan, or Justin, is this like a wheeled excavator with the brush cutter on the boom? Is that what we're looking at?
Through the mayor to Councillor Van Passen, similar idea, but not a wheeled excavator.
Yeah, but
sorry, go ahead.
That kind of concept, right? That it's
correct. Yeah.
Because I know the ones we have on the tractors, they spend more time in the shop than they do on the roads because it just shakes them apart. They're just not built for that heavy duty stuff. We've got those units that pin onto the loader bucket that work half decent, but a lot of the brushing you'd be wanting to do in the wintertime, but we can't use the loaders because we need them for sand and salt. So I've sort of been whining about this for about 5 years that we should get something like this. So I'd be happy to support keeping this in there. So.
All right, I haven't heard any removal, so we're moving on. Page 111, and let's try to keep these budget-focused questions. It's getting painful. 111 through, we might be able to get right through to the end here, to 116. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 111, the Bluegrass Phase 4 to Fertilizer Road. When we approved that subdivision, I thought this was one of the subdivision roads that the developer was going to put in, and I know I argued at the time to make it a condition that they put the road in as part of Phase 1 and get that done so we have our road, and I don't care how long it takes them to build the houses, but now it's on our dime that we're paying for it. Now, what did I miss there somewhere?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe I'll probably need to go back to the actual table that contains this project. I believe it is like 90% or so, if not more, development charge funded. So it is paid for by developers, not on the tax levy. I believe there was some earlier discussion, a change through the plan that instead of the road going straight through, there's a bit of a dog leg in the plan. It is still the intention for the developer to deliver the road, but it would be financed through development charges, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I thought the developer was just going to build the road and sign over the deed, here's your road. And there's a difference between development charges from everybody as opposed to the one, like every other subdivision, that developer for that subdivision, they put in the roads, the sidewalks, everything. We give them a year, we check it to make sure it's good, and we will finally accept it as our road. That's what this was supposed to be too. I don't know where it got changed in between, but obviously this developer's a better negotiator than we are. So.
Through you, Madam Chair, maybe I'll just add, this is actually one of the projects that actually currently sits in your background study and is in the development charge bylaw already. So I'm not sure when that probably would have been back to 2018 or earlier when there was a rationale built for putting this project as a DC financed project. I think we'd have to look back that far.
I think that one was, the original plan was just to punch Argyle straight through. We had already purchased the property from the neighboring farm, and then this development came along. Well, we can let him make the road because it was part of his subdivision plan, and we ended up returning that parcel of land back over to the farmer, and because this road was going to get built by somebody else. But
Amy, did you have a comment you wanted to make from finance?
Thank you. Through the mayor, just confirming that Mr. Lambert is correct. This project was identified in the 2018 background study as being 75% DC eligible. So on the project sheet, when you see the debt there, that is actually DC debt, but those debt payments will be made by the collection of development charges.
Okay. All right. 12, 113, 114. Councillor Brunton.
113, the roundabout. I guess my question to Darnell. Darnell, I know there's a warrant process for a signal light. Is there one for roundabouts? Or is it just, well, we want one or we're going to put it in? How?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor, you're correct. There's a warrant for a traffic signal. There's not a warrant for a roundabout. Typically, you will consider a roundabout when your intention is maybe to improve safety at an intersection if a roundabout is suitable for addressing those safety concerns. I think that was the nature of the report that we brought before you, was, notwithstanding that this intersection is merging close to meeting a signal warrant, the concern being that if you did implement a signal, it doesn't necessarily defray some of the safety concerns that we're seeing taking place at that intersection. And that's why we suggested a roundabout would be the preferred way to go if that's the intention, is to improve the overall safety, which I believe it is.
So you're saying engineering now or this 26, and then you figure by 28 we'll be doing it?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. I think inside the report that we presented on this one, we also mentioned about doing a scan across Norfolk County as a whole to determine whether or not this intersection is a top priority in comparison to a number of other intersections that you may have around the county that also have safety concerns. And I believe in the 2027 budget, we were looking at an allotment to do that study, which would certainly influence and provide guidance on the actual timing of need for this intersection.
So it's 347,000 next year, or 26. Is that all for what, land acquisition, engineering? What is it?
Yeah, that would cover engineering. There would be a small allotment in there for potentially for land and maybe some utility relocation, just based on the very preliminary level design that we've done to date on that. But we do need to rationalize that out.
Well, I'm through that intersection twice a week, and I've never had a problem. But anyways, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
On that same issue, I drove the Kitchener-Waterloo area recently quite a bit, and I've noticed a lot of four-way stops. Have you considered a four-way stop?
I think
which would be a lot less
these
cost.
are more operational as per the staff report, so I'm going to stop this one here. Either we're removing it or we're moving on from a budget perspective. And I think that staff have already committed to continue to monitor the location and then bring us back more intel. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I disagree with you. I think, look at another option like a four-way stop. All I want is an answer.
I think it's asked and answered already. Culprit staff reports, but go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, you're correct. That was identified in the staff report. We did look at an all-way stop, just given the nature of St. John's Road and Blue Line, St. John's Road and Cockshut, and the volume of truck traffic and the operating speed on that roadway. An all-way stop was not recommended.
Okie dokie. 114 to 116, and that is it for the business cases. Final call. Okay, now we are at the summary of reserve and reserve funds. I'm just going to look up the page here so I can get back on my speaker notes. If anyone has any questions about that. 118 to 132. Final call, 118 to 132. And then 133 to 144 is continuity schedules for levy development charge reserve funds. Page 145 has a summary of the budget process from staff. 146 to 151, more staff prep on the capital plan, DC information. If you have any questions on that. And then lastly, page 152 to 165 has facility placeholders as reviewed earlier. If you have questions on those, now is the time. All right, let's break and give staff some time to determine the final figures for the final motion. How long would you like? You're probably close to it. 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind the scenes tour.
Did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's Garden. Stroll through historic villages where
Okay, staff have updated the recommendation. It was pretty straightforward in the report up until now, but we have it on the screens before you for your consideration. Mover and a seconder, please, that report CS 25-160 draft 2026-2035 levy capital plan be received as information, and that the 2026 levy capital budget totaling $69,375,000 be adopted, and that the levy capital forecast for the years 2027 to 2035 totaling it was right with the 7. Okay, thanks. $679,465,000 be received as information. Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Huffman, Councillor Brunton.
Madam Mayor, I'd ask some information on a budget item. I think I'd like to know. Yeah, it's 600,000 in the, what is it, an assessment issue in the drains or something? Darnell knows what it is.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I certainly have more information on that one. I think that's called the Haymarsh reassessment, which is much more work than just reassessment. I've got some information from staff. The project not only includes an updated engineer's report, but there was an allotment already inside the budget for a number of culvert replacements along the way within that. So that's why the cost is up at the $600,000 mark. So it would be a new engineer's report, some culverts that are required to be replaced for maintenance, and a reassessment schedule to be completed.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any further hands, so I will call the question. All in favor That is carried unanimously. Before we adjourn, staff have also included a note on the strong mayor power practice regarding the amendment period after the budget is received by council, which was November the 12th. The clock started on the 30 days to make amendments, which would take us to December 11th. Following this period, the head of council also has a 10-day period to veto any amendments, which could take us to December 21st, which, if used, would then follow another 15-day period for the rest of council to override the vetoes, which could take us into January 5th. As you can see, these periods would delay projects and adoption of the budget, so staff would not be able to get started on those items. So for council's consideration, if you would not like to revisit any amendments we just made today before December 11th, the remainder of the adjustment period can be waived, which would allow the budget to be adopted sooner so staff can start on the projects. So if that's the case, we have a prepared motion from the clerks, which would read, pursuant to subsection 284.258 of the Municipal Act 2001. Is this one specific to me or to council making amendments? Chris?
Yeah, sorry, through to the mayor. This doesn't look like the correct one. It should read
council's.
The council, yeah.
Councilor Van Passen?
Since this is the budget committee, shouldn't those motions come at the council meeting where we approve the minutes of the budget meeting? Like that's next week?
Chris?
Through the mayor, with the strong mayor powers, it's no longer required that it go to a council meeting. If you waive the period today, then that's just the end of the period. It just has to be at a meeting of council.
Well, who is approving it if it's not the council?
I will give some explanation and maybe look to my friend the clerk if needed. The budget is no longer approved under strong mayor powers, it's adopted. So that's the distinction here. So if the budget had come today and there were no amendments, it would simply have been the mayor could, or it would have just been adopted because there were no amendments and there's no need to veto anything. We don't need an actual formal resolution to approve the budget any longer.
Okay, who's adopting it though?
The municipality.
Yeah. It's deemed adopted.
Solely under the mayor's power?
Yes.
Okay.
So staff should have a motion ready for us. This is that council, if you're interested, is not looking to make any amendments to reconsiderations essentially to what we've done here today. On the screen before us, Councillor Huffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. There was myself and Councillor Duffy who asked for reasons why certain roads, let's say, were in very bad shape, weren't on the list, and then staff is getting back to us with more information. What if it's deemed that those roads were maybe overlooked and they should be added? How do we deal with something like that?
Good question. I don't know.
So looking to me, Mayor Martin, under the strong mayor powers, council has 30 days after the mayor tables her budget. So that's today. The budget's been tabled. You have 30 days to propose amendments, and then there's a time frame for the mayor to make decisions on whether she's going to veto those amendments, and then you as council have a chance to overturn it based on a 2/3 vote. The question we were asking today to move the process along was for council to pass a resolution saying they're going to waive the balance of their period where they could provide amendments to the mayor's budget. So if you do waive that today, then no further amendments from council would be able to come forward. If you want to withhold that motion till the 25th, Tuesday, and provide staff to give you that information, that would be a decision that council could make at that time as well. So
I'll go to our treasurer and then over to Darnell.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I just wanted to note that even if the budget approval timelines are waived for amendment, I believe that if a staff report were to come forward recommending that a particular project needed to be done, that the budget could still be amended by staff report through the year.
Darnell's shaking. Said you want to add something to that, or does that cover it?
No, I think Amy's answer is sufficient.
Okay,
Thank you.
so you can follow up with staff. If they've been missed, you'll bring us a staff report saying, hey, they should have been added for this year, and that won't constitute an amendment, so we can pass this motion today. Or you'll say, hey, they weren't missed, and no staff report needs to come forward. Okay. Councillor Van Passen.
I'll go back to what I tried to get at before. This is just a committee of council. It is not council. So I think these motions should come at the council meeting, because we don't have the authority to bind the corporation when we sit as a committee of the whole.
Since we're looking at a very short duration between this meeting and our next regularly scheduled council meeting, I would suggest that we would consider those motions for waiving any amendment periods on Tuesday and not today. But
that would make more sense to me.
So as long as my friends in finance, the #1 department, aren't going to crucify me.
I suppose moving forward for best practices, if you want us to, then we should schedule the special meeting immediately after this budget, just to make sure it's done properly. But okay, so we're leaving, is that the consensus then? We will leave the motion to amend anything until Tuesday when we reconvene as council. We're losing, staff are gonna lose Friday and Monday. Well, I guess the weekend too, the clock ticks, right? On the days? But it's short-lived. Okay, let's leave that motion, which means we'll leave my motion to veto any of your amendments and your motion to veto my vetoes to Tuesday. Okay.
Is that a challenge? You wanted some?
Yeah.
Big vote.
All right, have I missed
I up your
anything
veto
else?
and give you another
We've passed our final motion. We'll revisit this on Tuesday. So with that, 2:35 p.m., a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.